It's the CalebDMTG show.
Alright. Some Painter! So I've gone through a lot of different versions of Painter. I don't necessarily think this is the best one, but I've only played one league with the Astrolabes. Kind of a monkey with it a little bit more. It's possible we don't have quite enough snow basics or snow fetches. We're at like 11 right now to get the Astrolabe down. If you get one down though, then it just like lets you cast the second one, and the Astrolabes are so good with like welder and engineer. It's possible we don't actually need the Acre Wellspring with the Astrolabes in, because you can just cycle those. Actually, I'm going to cut the Wellspring for like one more land. 18 mana sources is fine. 19 is also fine. It should be okay. And then we're at 12 sources for the turn 1 Astrolabe. That's a little bit better. And then Astrolabe makes the Veil of Summer splash better. So the whole idea behind Painter is that you combine Painter's Servant, which makes all cards, even the ones that aren't on the battlefield, a chosen color. Usually with Painter you would name blue, because you're making these Pyroblasts, and now Veil of Summer. And then you activate Grindstone, which mills 2 cards, and then if 2 cards share a color, you repeat that process. So it's like a 2-card combination to deck the opponent. If the opponent tells Eldrazi in their deck, like Show and Tell, that's something that can come up in Legacy. It doesn't come up that often. The amount that people like ask about it and are paranoid about it is way more often than it actually happens. But if the opponent does have Eldrazi, the Eldrazi will trigger and shuffle the graveyard back into the library, unless you've got something like a Tormod's Crypt, thus turning into a 3-card combo. But you can beat that natural hate that way. Anyway, 4 Goblin Welder, 4 Goblin Engineer. I've played mono red versions with like Chalices, now that there's... Or I'm sorry, not Chalice, but Cavern of Souls, now that there's 8 Goblins. Monkeyed around. Played versions that were more Ancient Tomb heavy, and played other like top-end Planeswalkers besides Karn. Karn's really good, being able to get half of the combo, right? So Karn can get either half of the combo that you're missing, and it can also just like get an LED, and then next turn you'll get Lattice, and just lock the opponent out that way. There will be some matchups where Veil of Summer isn't that good, like I cut it against Death and Taxes. It can stop Swords to Plowshares once you've named blue or black with Painter's Servant, but Pyroblast can also do that. And Pyroblast can also like destroy a problem permanent in that matchup, so against Death and Taxes I'll be cutting the Veils. There's a few different matchups where you cut them, where they're just like not that live. You bring in like Ballistas, or, you know, you can bring in the combo pieces if you want to, bring them into the main deck, and then just have Karn be getting Lattice. That's totally fine. Alright, let's get into some games. Let's get into some matches. Hopefully that overview was sufficient. Oh shit! We got a Cedric Phillips raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream, SETI. Hope everything was dope. Immediately find a match here. Game seems fine. If we wanted to have a turn 2 kill, we would need an LED with this grip. We could go turn 1 Ancient Tomb Painter's Servant, and then if we top decked a Lotus Petal or a Mox, we could have a turn 2 kill by going Grindstone into the next one. Against Volcanic Island Preordain, I almost want to like play Goblin Welder on turn 1 and make them deal with that. And then we won't have counter spells and such to worry about. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Ayer! Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 28 months there. Hey, good evening, Cetrell. Oh, cheers. So Goblin Welders, the reason we're leading on Welder instead of going for a turn 2 kill is because odds are they're going to have some amount of disruption, whether it's counter spells or removal or what have you. So if you just slam Painter's Servant on turn 1, you might actually be slowing yourself down. Uh-oh. Well, it turns out they're actually a sneak attack deck, and we're pretty dead now. We didn't draw the piece of fast mana anyway. What is our best chance of winning? They just pitched double Simian Spirit Guide to play a sneak attack? That's so strange. I guess Spirit Guide's supposed to, like, get someone if they're playing Daze. So maybe it's better. Better than Lotus Petal. Thinking we can beat Annihilation or not. We can put 3 1s into play. Like, just go Grindstone, Welder. I don't know if that's good or not, though. Because it doesn't set me up to win next turn, right? Let's play Painter's Servant and Grindstone here. And if they annihilate me with Grizzlebrand, or with Emrakul, then that's fine. I lose all my things. And then I go Vista into Welder. And I have a path to, like, start rebuilding. If I were to run out 3 things and they annihilated me, I think I would be keeping an Ancient Tomb anyway, which, like, isn't that good. I think Tormod's in the main is a new addition. Tormod's is because we're playing a Goblin Engineer, so it's just like part of a tutor package there. Oh, do they have both? Yeah. So your chance we're beating that. Brutal start. That's a start where, like, had we been on the play, we get to win, but they were on the play, so they got to win. Bridge is good. Do we want to leave the other one in the sideboard for Karn to grab? Or do we want to bring it in, just to increase the chance that we land it? I think I want both in the main deck. The turn that we play Karn, we're not going to have the mana to play Bridge. So you might as well just, like, tutor for combo pieces. Trinisphere. Trinisphere wouldn't do much against Show and Tell and Sneak Attack, right? Those are cards that cost 3 and 4 already. It's good against, like, Omniscience. Usually they play a few Omniscience, but just a couple. Note how many cards that we have that get hit by Trinisphere. Trinisphere is usually just like something to tutor for with Karn when you have, like, a very specific draw. I want all the Veils, I want all the Rebs, I want all that business. I want the 1 Tormod's Crypt. I think that's still right. So what am I cutting here? Maybe a Welder. Maybe a Petal or something. Let's get an Astrolabe. Maybe. No, I don't like that. Yeah, we'll cut a Petal, maybe. No, I don't like that either. What do I like? If they have Devoid cards, then Painter paints over them. The Crypt is so that we can exile the Emrakul. Just trying to buy some time here. Happy birthday to Goldfish's girlfriend, Kayla. Hope you have a good one. I think I cast Astrolabe, because the Petal can also let me engineer. Want to get cantripping. Want to actually, like, hit land drops. Nice. The self-mill plan. I used to self-mill with the version that was playing Faithless Looting. You could hit your own flashback card. Get some filtering that way. You can still self-mill to find a Painter's Servant in this sort of situation. We have a redundant Grindstone, but I'm going to sack the Astrolabe anyway. Because then maybe we can bring the Astrolabe back next turn, draw a card. No attacking now, Goblin Engineer. So we have... So we can deck, but we don't have the Tormod's Crypt. So we're just making them reshuffle their graveyard. I think we can set it up that we deck ourselves to find the Tormod's Crypt, and then deck them, activate the Engineer to put the Crypt into play, and then deck them, and then Crypt them, and then pass the turn, and they have the first draw step. So we are going to need double Grindstone here. I'm going to check out the Astrolabe for Grindstone. So if they have, like, Surgical or whatever, then we just deck, and that's funny, but oh well. Opponent's over there like, Let's see if this works. Oh, do they have another Emrakul? Okay, so that's going to shuffle in. They're going to draw their card. And that's going to keep them from decking? Or no, it shuffles in immediately. Wait, what? Oh, it shuffles in at end of turn, yeah. I think that beats me. Them just having Simian Spirit Guide plus Emrakul here. It's kind of hilarious. And there's nothing in our graveyard that stops us from drawing a card. So... yeah, they couldn't even upkeep... well, yeah, they can't even upkeep it because they need to use the end of turn sacrifice. It had to be Simian Spirit Guide specifically. Yeah. This is the first time I've ever, like, gone to deck myself with Grindstone. So kind of a cute play, even if it didn't work out for me. Check their deck out. Why? This is the last. we're about to lose the match. Why do you want to look at the stock sneak and show deck? I guess it's not that stock if it's playing Simian Spirit Guides. You can look at their list if you like. They have Lotus Petals and Spirit Guides, same. So they draw on a Lotus Petal instead of a Spirit Guide or any other card. And they brought in a couple of raids. Makes sense. Have an answer to bridge. The game has ended.
Oh shit.
Hey, Pier Zero. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 46 months. This is why you tune into Legacy. Yeah, some weird shit going down, huh? Ah! Yeah, our line definitely had some risks. I was mostly worried about like a surgical, you know, if they decided they wanted surgicals against me. It's not a common card. Usually they play Grafdigger's Cage as opposed to Surgical Extraction, but yeah. They had another line to win. It works if I go to mill on my own end step. Oh, good call. Yeah, that could have played around. Spirit Guide Emrakul specifically. Didn't think of that. The next time I have to deck myself entirely before getting them. Good line. Interesting. I don't know if I like this hand or not. The Mox Opals aren't turned on. It's actually kind of slow. And bad. I think we just go like Wooded Foothills, Lotus Petal Pass. Wait for their upkeep. Yeah, that could work. The issue with waiting for their upkeep is if they're sandbagging in a braid or something, then you lose to that. I think my end of turn was the correct time. I think that line was best. A braid, bounce spell, what have you. Could have played Astrolabe into Mox Opal here. Very similar deal. But let's be cantrip this turn. And get the Astrolabe down. Probably better. If the Engineer had resolved, I would have gotten Bridge again. Because this hand's going to be able to dump its hand pretty quickly. And they probably don't actually have an answer to main deck Bridge. Hard to think of doing stuff in your own end step. Yeah. Every once in a while it comes up. I remember a game from almost exactly 10 years ago. I was playing Blue-Green Madness at GP Columbus. And I was on the play against Goblins, and I managed to turn 2 Survival of the Fittest. But my opponent wastelanded me and killed my Noble Hierarch. And I failed to draw a second land. And so I'm just sitting there with like 1 mana and a handful of shit. And I sculpted a turn, but I just started like looping Vengevines. And I sculpted a turn where I had to discard Basking Root Wall at a hand size at end of turn. Normally you don't get priority during cleanup step, but if something goes on the stack, now you can respond to it. So because I discarded the Basking Root Wall at a hand size and put the Madness on the stack, I was able to respond to that, discarded another Root Walla, get back 3 Vengevines, and beat my Goblin opponent. 1 Philip Yam. Probably never forget that game. Chicky Nuggies for me says, I never forgot that game. Oh, yeah? Well, this was Legacy, Chicky Nuggies. This Tarmogoyf's quite the clock, huh? Why is Goyf so big? Probably because we have all these fucking artifacts. Yeah, we don't have very many turns where we just need to draw something. Drawing the third Mox Opal was probably the worst draw possible. It could let us, Karn, right? Some extra Lotus Petals. Karn into Bridge. Hey, Legit Clap, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 2 months. Looks like we're just gonna die to a bolt here, huh? If we had a Painter's Servant now, the Veil of Summer could prevent it. I'm not gonna chump. I think chump puts me on no outs. So I'm not gonna do that. Yarp. I guess it would still be Karn. If we were chumping, we'd be going for Karn. But then they can just bolt the Karn. I don't know. Meh. It was rough. I don't think we do any sideboarding. Maybe minus Tormod's Crypt. Plus, like, anything at all. Maybe once again bring in a second bridge. They're gonna have answers post-board. Answers for bridge. Ballista's a fine card. You can just bring in Ballista. Whenever, pretty much.
Oh shit, what
Hey, Mort, thanks for the sub. Thanks for 29 months. Everyone vote. Yeah, everyone vote. Make a plan to vote if you haven't voted yet. Apparently people that make a plan are more likely to actually vote. Who knew? If you planned for something, you were more likely to do it. What a worthless bit of trivia. Keeping this one lander off the back of double Astrolabe. I'd rather keep a one land basic hand with the Astrolabes to cantrip than keep like a 2 or 3 land non-basic hand that's then like gives you the chance of just getting bodied by Wasteland or whatever. A good call, Volf. Make a plan to vote. thus increasing your chance of actually voting later. I like cracking my fetches while they're tapped out. Don't have to worry about Stifle. Not every list plays Stifle, but, you know. Hey, Kane! Thanks for voting. Yeah, much love to you too. Engineer plays into Daze. Welder doesn't. You can play Welder and run out the other Astrolabe. The Daze Astrolabe. Like, who cares, right?
Oh shit, what up?
Force of Will pitching Brainstorm. Well, that's gotta be really fucking good for me, huh? Hey, Hyrule Savior, thanks to the sub, thanks to 18 months. Appreciate it. You made a flan to vote? Oh no! No. No, that doesn't work. That's not what you're supposed to do. Was it a good flan, though? The double D draw here. Kind of seems like Engineer for Bridge would be too slow, right? We're not gonna be able to get rid of our hand that quickly. You're saving all your points to fight me? That's very smart. Hey, Delver didn't flip. That's so good for me. Still have me on a 2-turn clock if they flip next turn, though, and they're almost guaranteed to do that. I almost like fetching first, so they don't upset the Ponder. Does naming blue turn on their forces? It does. It also turns on my Rebs, if I want to target something that's not a counterspell or a Delver or whatever. My Veil of Summer. You can name black for Veil of Summer as well, but I thought this was slightly better. They have 3 cards in hand and we have a Veil of Summer. I'm not that worried about force, right? More worried about these Delvers. Like Force of Will. No, no Force of Will. Interesting. I guess this gets us to thin a Grindstone out of our deck. If they have an answer to the Engineer anyway. Maybe we're supposed to second Engineer. Hey, Peripheral. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for 20 months. Peripheral says, "Who are you people and where is my horse?" Yeah, we don't actually tolerate any kind of horsing around in these parts. Yeah, so now we go for Veil, and now they force, and then we lose. It's an interesting Oko target, because I can wield that one out with the Engineer. Set up to beat the Oko. Oh, it's no longer an artifact. I can't actually weld it out. Why'd they concede? Oh, because the ability is still there. By Okoing Painter's Servant, everything's still blue because it's like still in play. Painter's Servant's a weird card. Painter's Servant's a super weird card. Yeah, they scooped because everything didn't stop being blue. They needed to hit the engineer so we couldn't get back the grindstone. I think that works with humility too. If you have the Painter's Servant down first and then they play humility afterwards, I think everything's still whatever you named. For whatever reason. I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me to explain it. I'm not a fucking judge. It's weird. It's a weird card. Would it be blue forever even if it left? No. I don't think. It doesn't matter which comes down first. Okay, well. Okay. Sweet. Why is Damping Sphere in the board? I think it's there for fucking Cloud Post. Yeah, I'm not a magic scientist exactly. To dampen, damn it. It's there to dampen. It also lets us spread out our hate cards against Storm, right? We get to play a Trinisphere and a Dampening Sphere. Spread it out a little bit. Never beating a null rod dot hand over here. Talk about a hand that needs a faithful suiting, right? Let's see if this fucking works. I think there's a really good chance that they've got like a lightning bolt or a braid or something. So I'm just gonna pass. Wasteland resolves. Fetches in a monocolor deck? Well, we're not monocolor. Here, even if they bolt the Painter's Servant, then at least they're not drawing that Brainstorm. Oh no, we turned on their Pyroblast. They should have named Black. Because we didn't have a Pyroblast of our own. Oh my god. If I'd waited one more turn. If only I'd waited one more turn. Just slightly more patient. I was almost patient enough. If I'd been slightly more patient.
Oh shit, what up?
It left the dial, thanks to the sub. I liked my reasoning. I liked that I had a reason to activate. Denying them the Brainstorm draw. Pyroblast is an interesting board in against Painter. Because it might just be super dead. I'm actually someone who's more likely to not name blue than most. What I still did there. Why not mill them? If they have a brainstorm in hand, they could use it as a shuffle. I don't like milling them without a reason. I can mill myself. If you really want to mill something.
Oh shit, what
Hey,
up?
Pure Incognito. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 8 months there. Yeah, you're not going to deck them with Grindstone, right? So it's pretty bad to just point it at them, I think. Meanwhile, we could potentially hit something that we need with a Goblin Welder. We're getting past that stage of the game anyway, though. With his Delver smacking in. Great. I like how grinding stoning ourselves once randomly milled the Karn, and then we're just sitting here. All the mana in the goddamn world. All ready to lose to a bolt. Yeah, that works. Fuck.
Oh shit, what up?
Yeah, so we maybe had the tools to win there. They might have also just like had a counter, right? If you wait a turn, you maybe just like lose to a Force Will anyway. It's possible that they had the bolt even on the turn that they rebbed. Who knows? Who knows? Could Urza be good in that shell? Like an Urza Painter deck? It could be. You'd have to rework some stuff. Play Urza Aenkarn. I think then you end up having to cut some of the protection, right? The cuts have to come from somewhere. Maybe you cut the Astrolabes for Urza, but then Astrolabe makes Urza better, so yeah, I don't know. This hand has all Rebs and no gas. I think we mull it back. 5 mana sources is a lot. Speaking of all mana, no gas. I think we mull again. I think I should be running out the Lotus Petal. In case they have days. Turn 2 Ancient Tomb, show and tell with days backup. I don't know. No reason to hold it, right? I would generally rather play against Snowco than Delver at MG with the decks that I played. My elves and my goblins and my painter nonsense. Snowco gives you a lot of time. Yeah, it's a lot different, Oltanya. The Arcanist is a pretty real card. And they only need to resolve one thing, right? Like in the last match that we just played, they just like play a Goyf and attack you, or play like a single Delver and attack you. And then all of their other cards can just be Disruption. Can be hard to land the win. Who's favored in Elves versus Goblins? Depends on how the Goblins deck is built. So I'm playing like kind of a messed up version of Goblins right now. Where I'm main decking Pyrokinesis. And then I have all these like Shadow Skull Smashings as well.
Shit, what up?
Mostly just to pitch to Chrome Mox and stuff, but sometimes you actually cast them. Anyway, if you draw Pyrokinesis as the Goblins player, then you're probably going to beat Elves. If you don't, then you're probably going to lose. Has been my experience in that matchup. Hey, use thy best. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Historically, Elves is favored for that reason. Because Pyrokinesis isn't that common of a card. I wonder if we're facing Ad Naus here. Dead of Winter is not a very good card against Elves, Adam Dree. Remember that Elves was like fine against Miracles, and Miracles has an instant speed 1-mana tutor that interferes with your combo turn. You're playing Glimpse of Nature, right? You're playing Glimpse of Nature, you're playing Symbiote plus Elvish Visionary. And if they Oko you, they're like improving your cards. It's like your deck gets better if they Oko you. Not Ad Naus, decidedly not Ad Naus. You're like, please Oko me. Turn my 1-1 into a 3-3. If I use the Astrolabe to filter for red, then I have to crack Lotus Petal for Veil, which I don't really want to do. Let's crack both fetches. Starting to think this is not a Daze deck. Hey, thanks, Joe Bags. Hell yeah, is thy beast, is thy best. Appreciate it. I think there's two different good grabs here. I think you get either Lion's Eye Diamond or Painter's Servant. Painter's Servant is better if they actually answer the Karn. LED gives us more options for next turn, right? If you get LED here, then you can go for either the Lattice or the Painter's Servant win. So it's really whether you think that the opponent can interact with your Karn or not. I'm gonna grab the Painter's Servant. I think it's slightly better. But they're both good. Both good, I think. Adam Dree, Delver just being able to like play a burn spell and then flash it back with Dreadhorde is better than everything that Snoko has at his disposal for the Elves matchup. Hey, Giddy Cat, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 15 months. Because then that Dreadhorde is also like flashing back cantrips to find real disruption. Does Snoko have Plague Engineer? Right. Like any deck can play Plague Engineer, and Elves can play, you know, cards that interact with Plague Engineer. Abrupt Decays and what's. So you're losing some like giant chunk of game ones that Delver would be winning because it's just a better deck in the matchup overall. And then you're boarding in Plague Engineers, and Delver is bringing in like some number of sweepers of their own if they really want to. They can play like Rough Tumble, or I've seen the deal 1 damage to all opponents' creatures lately, which is kind of cool because then you can flash it back with Dreadhorde. I've had my board swept that way out of Delver a few times now, and it does not feel good. Yeah, Blazing Volume. Maybe it was Electricry. I don't remember. One of those fucking things. Swords doesn't stop me now, because the Painter's Servant named Black, and kind of resolved to Summervale. Oh, what? What the shit? Is it because the Painter's Servant came into play after? Did not have the Veil of Summer protection? Maybe I could have sequenced to beat that. Silly meme. Booerns indeed. So I guess I should have played the Painter's Servant first and then the Grindstone. Accidentally discarded our second Painter? Well, we didn't accidentally discard it. We needed to activate the LED in order to activate the Grindstone. So that's not an accident. That is the correct way to play, right? They just swords in response to Veil. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Like you play the Painter first, and they go for Abrupt Decay in response to the Grindstone, and then you Veil, and then the swords in response to the Veil. It still gets you. Yeah, fair enough. I could have activated the LED with the Veil on the stack. Oh, good point. Yeah, chat's come up with a couple of better lines for me over the course of the night. It's kind of looking like just getting Lattice would have been GG, but oh well. I have 3 different playlists right now, Smurfykins. I've got a playlist of bands that I listened to pre the DMCA stuff that have all given their permission, and that playlist is full of like Ninja Sex Party and Master Boot Record and Necrogoblicon, like bands like that, bands that have given explicit permission. Howling Giant, right? The band that did my theme song. A lot of bands like that on that playlist, but that playlist will still get muted on YouTube, even though I have permission to stream with those songs. I don't have permission to play those songs on YouTube, so it'll still get muted there. And then I've got another playlist that's copyright friendly, where I own the licenses to all the music. It's all like Monster Cat, Ronald Jenkins, and stuff, and I have licenses to do that on Twitch and YouTube. And then like some open source music. And we listened to that playlist the last time we streamed. So what I'm doing with my playlist rotation right now is on days where I don't want to monetize my YouTube videos, I'll play the one playlist where I don't care if that's like not an eligible thing. And then on other days where I'm like playing eternal formats, like this is Legacy. This Legacy video will be something that people can watch on YouTube for like actual forever. Anytime someone wants to listen to see Veil of Summer Painter from 2020, they can come check this video out. Just wanted to make sure that, you know, I would actually be able to monetize it. How does Twitch know when you have permission? Twitch doesn't know. Twitch doesn't know shit. They use they just use a bot. If you're talking about muting the VODs. But DMCA isn't done by Twitch. DMCA is done by, like, whatever the production company is doing. So the Monster Cat music, for example, I pay them for a license, and they just don't DMCA folks. So I don't have to worry about that. What's the price for the Ninja Sex Party playlist? What do you mean, what's the price? What are you talking about? Ninja Sex Party just made their music, like, available to watch on stream. It does kind of feel like that, yeah, Kiwi Splat. The old Napster shit. Well, I just explained why I'm playing this playlist, Kane. And it's so because I want the videos to be on YouTube, like, permanently. So whatever you, pretty much any donation that you gave me would be more than, like, whatever I would make off ads on YouTube. But because it's an experiment, I would rather, you know, my experiment happens. Absolutely, JRC. If you can, the best place to ping me would be in the music channel, in the stream Discord. If you're active on there, just at me there. That'd be a fine place. The second best place to reach me would be on, like, Twitter or Facebook or my email or what have you. Here, if we had drawn our fucking third Karn specifically, we had a Karn for Bridge, and that would be our only real out. And then they just, like, turn that into a 3/3 with Oko or something. You're fine, Kane. In a few more days, I might be more open to that. I wasn't trying to make you feel dumb. I want to leave the one of Krypton, just because it hits that Uro card. Yeah, I don't think there was really a way to win that last game. Oh, we could cut this main deck Bridge. Get a Blista in here or something. Many bands do own their own music, yeah. Fewer than are signed with labels, but it's a solid number. Correct, Skizerp. It's whoever owns the rights. So sometimes both bands and the label own the rights to their music. Sometimes just the label does. Sometimes the band does. Like, Dragon Force owns the right to their last few albums, but then they, like, lease the music to the distributor, so what the label wants doesn't matter very much. It's like what the band wants, because they own their own music.
Oh, shit.
You kind of have to do all that research before figuring out if you can play the music or not. There's a lot of bands that own their own music, and a lot that I haven't been exposed to before, so that'll be kind of fun to dive into. A little bit of a silver lining. Hey, Broken Hulk Hogan, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 6 months, the half a year. Do I like a turn 1 Goblin Engineer? I suppose I do. Did the one guy from Dragon Force who streams on Twitch get DMCA'd? The guy from Dragon Force, I'm not sure if he got hit by a DMCA or if he was just mad because they muted his VODs. I watched the video where he talked about that. and it was kind of unclear. I think it's more likely that his VOD just got muted, but it's still, I can still understand why he's like infuriated, because it's his music, right? And the record label that's muting his music is Universal, which is a label that owes him money. So he has to deal with their bullshit while they still haven't paid him. Just doubly infuriating.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey Archie Tross, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 32 months. Correct AdamDMTG, and then there's like bad publicity from actually filing said DMCAs. The labels historically have not DMCA'd on Twitch. The recent bout was with a trade organization. The recent bout of DMCAs was done by the RIAA, which is a trade organization that represents like a whole group of labels, so they don't have to stick their neck out in that particular way. Some of those labels, I'm sure, would be for it, and some would be against it, though. Like, their individual thoughts on the matter get kind of lost with that process. They're more just, like, blanket protecting people's copyright. Without really, like, thinking about if it's good for the artists or not. Yes, because the issue is that you can't just get a radio license with Twitch streaming. It takes like 3 different kinds of licensing, because you're merging video with audio. And some people would argue that it's covered under fair use, because the music isn't the purpose of the stream. The purpose of the stream is the gameplay. You just like happen to be listening to music at the time. But that's a hard thing to argue in court, because someone could be uploading videos where they just like upload albums, and they're just like, is someone's fucking like Mega Man gameplay going, and they upload like all of the discography of one artist and have it like labeled and stuff. They're like, what? It's the Mega Man gameplay, what? You know. So Twitch is just not going to deal with it. Most streamers that I've talked to about it have said that they wished that every label would do something similar to what Monster Cat did, which is like let you pay a monthly fee to license all of their music, and then you're there like listening to their music, enjoying it, promoting their artists, but you don't have to worry about DMCAs and stuff. And there's a couple of other labels that have cleared their stuff with Twitch. But, from my opinion, like, we just need more of that. We just need more, like, forward-thinking labels. Just need more people that aren't, like, still stuck in the Napster era.
Oh shit, what up?
Incorrect, Adam Dream. There's like a bunch of different facets of fair use, and you're focusing on one of them. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Hey Tristan Leet, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 27 months there. Yeah, right, Derek Jackson? That's one thing that I'm sad about, is I know a lot of my viewers have like bought albums and merch and gone to shows for bands that they wouldn't have discovered if they hadn't heard them here on the stream. I'm just once again not changing anything, right? Yeah, we already boarded. We brought in the one ballista.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey Dracool, thanks for the sub, thanks for 27 months. Dracool says, hello Caleb, hope you are well. I'm leaving for the deer hunt tomorrow, and I'm excited. Nice, good luck. Good luck with your hunt. Someone asked, what's the difference between music in the background on Twitch and in movies? Well, in a movie, the whole point of it is, like a large chunk of it is the soundtrack, right? Of like whatever movie you're watching. That's part of the whole like visual experience, like you're just sitting there and getting like immersed in that. Music is a part of that immersion. With a stream, and people that have watched my stream a lot will probably agree, the music is not even necessarily a draw, it might even be a distraction. Like the streamer is listening to it because that's what they want to be doing at the time. But the reason that you're watching the stream for the most part is the commentary. Like they're commentating and like there's the gameplay. The purpose is the gameplay, right? Like, I'm not sure how many folks were watching my stream, just like, oh, I hope he plays that fucking Uncle Obama's Banana song. Oh, that's the only reason I tune in. That's not. Like, we played some aggressive-ass music here. And I'm sure that's, like, lost me viewers before. Hey, Onizucast, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 15 months. Appreciate it. And even without that music, people are still showing up and watching. Whereas if you watched, like, the new, like, Marvel movie or whatever, and it didn't have a soundtrack, if you watched Guardians of the Galaxy and it didn't have a soundtrack, you'd be like, what the shit is this? People wouldn't go see it. So that's the legal argument that someone could make between streaming and movies. Now, that might be something that someone actually wants to defend in court or not. Probably not. But that's the argument that someone could make. If you were going to do licensing for, like, your VODs, for your live stream, like, there is a difference between, like, a permanent nested video, having rights for that, and having rights for a live stream. Both are incredibly expensive, like, prohibitively expensive for a for just, like, some random streamer. But you would need both. And they're a pain, and you'd need them for each individual song. Which is why, when people are like, oh, Twitch should just buy a license, it's like, well, no, they can't fucking do that. It's not a thing. Streamers should just buy a license. Well, no. also not a thing. I don't know how much you think streamers make, but it's not that much. Just buy the recording studio. Oh yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Why did nobody think of just buying the recording studio? Hey, happy Friday to you too, Lord. It's been going pretty well. I'm looking forward to when everyone that has questions about the DMCA stuff no longer has questions about it, and we can focus on the magic again. I don't mind talking about it. It is like a huge difference in my stream. I don't mind it, but Should I just, like, try to go for the Stone Rain? The issue with going for the Stone Rain is if they just, like, have a removal spell for the Painter's Servant, then you get blown out. If they Abrupt Decay me at end of turn, though, oh man, they're losing a land. Well, different people are watching on different nights, Lord Montezuma. It's not the same folks. Thoughts on Jeweled Lotus? When I saw Jeweled Lotus, I was like, oh man. I have to actually cast my commander to use this? Gross. I don't know, it's kind of cool that there's an incentive for folks like me to actually cast their commander. It'll be busted with some, you know, like turn 1 Urza or whatever, but I mean, Urza was already like, kind of busted. You just got a specific play group if you're doing stuff like that already. That's the cool thing about Commander is people can like make up their own shit. Each play group can do something a little bit different. Did not mean to tap like that. Oh well. It's only the worst. We're just hiding our hands, see? They won't put me on Pyroblast, they'll put me on Veil now. Wouldn't that be absurd if, like, mistapping won me the game? So we can activate the Engineer, swap out Lion's Eye Diamond, bring Grindstone into play, but if we activate, then we don't have Pyroblast up. Another line is to like run out Painter's Servant and sack that to the Engineer. Might be better. If we activate Engineer on their end of turn, they can respond. How am I doing? Doing alright, Shana. Interesting little spot here. Have I seen the new Mando episode? I certainly have. I enjoyed it. I liked it. For a while, I didn't like any new Star Wars anything, which was very sad to me because I thought I was just like too picky, and like maybe I was like too cynical for Star Wars anymore. And like I would like some things about the newer movies, but overall I would like be mad on them. And then The Mandalorian came out, and I realized that I loved Star Wars again. That was a super cool feeling. So yeah, thanks, John Favreau. No, I did not like Rogue One. I'm not gonna shit on it because like I don't mind other people liking the movie, and I think there's enough of folks just like shitting on things that other people like for no real gain. What do I think of Solo? I liked Solo for the most part. Part of the issue with Solo is you had like two drastically different visions, right? Like they originally got two comedic directors, and then partway through the movie they were like, "What? You directed a comedy movie? This is ridiculous! You're fired! Get this other guy in!" And so like I liked the original director pair that they had, and I liked the director they brought in to like do all the reshoots and stuff. I thought they would both be like fine picks to shoot Star Wars movies, but when you just like jerk people around and reshoot everything halfway through, you end up getting a mixed vision, right? And Rogue One had the same issue. They originally got like an independent, like stylized director, and they were like, "What? A stylized movie with your own unique style? We don't want that. You're fired. Reshoot this." Have a bunch of weird plot lines in the first half of the movie that don't go anywhere and get cut off abruptly. Characters that are like set up to be main figures, and then just like they're just like not in the second half of the movie at all. So I think I sacked the LED rather than sack one of my painters. Maybe play around removal spells better that way. We can just untap and activate. And now I need to have like 3 removal spells. I just don't see it. Trying to follow the superhero formula. Yeah, that's probably part of the issue too. I like the production quality in the new movies. That's awesome. But in terms of story, I think they're lacking. Every Mandalorian episode isn't perfect or whatever, but they're clearly like crafted by people who have a sense of story. And they're immensely satisfying. Made by people that like really got what was so captivating about the first trilogy. I like how I haven't been talking about magic for like the past however long. I know I talked a little bit, explained why I got back Grindstone there. If you sack the Painter's Servant for Grindstone, then you have to worry about them having removal spells for Painter's Servant. But if you get to untap with the Engineer and a Painter's Servant, even then, it's kind of rough. It's possible I should have, in response to the Swords to Plowshare, activated Goblin Engineer, got back Grindstone, just in case they had Surgical Extraction, because then Pyroblast could counter a Surgical, if that was a card we were worried about. And then once it resolves, then you Pyroblast the swords. Make sure you're on tap with all your stuff. I think that could have been a good line too. No, it was a good talk, Nussman. GG's, Harry Houdini MTG. Imperial Recruiter, yeah, I've played it sometimes. There's only so much space, right? So if you're main decking, if you're like making room for Oh, if you're making room for Astrolabes and Veil of Summer and stuff, and main deck bullets for Engineer like Ensnaring Bridge and Tormod's Crypt, then there's just not enough room for Recruiter. My mono red list was not playing Astrolabes or Veils, and it had Recruiters in there, and like a main deck Magus. His hand's all air. That's the problem with this deck. It's like you have so much fast mana and then like protection cards. You get a lot of hands that are just air. Which Faithless Looting kind of helped and kind of exacerbated. The first cast on Faithless Looting is card disadvantage, of course. Yeah, stuff like that, Casey. You split Red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast because of Surgical, you do it because of Meddling Mage, Cabal Therapy, stuff like that. You got it. Probably should have gone for Pyroblast on that Forest. It just makes removal spells on your future cards a lot worse. The welder doesn't do anything by itself though, so waiting also seems fine. I might wait on this Vista even. I guess if we fought over the Goblin Welder, then it could turn this Mox Opal into a Great Furnace. It's closer to Karn. It's a real difference. Do I have any spoopy decks planned for Halloween? I do not. I'm not even sure I'm going to play Magic. I know I'm going to be watching a few horror movies with my chat. Get some popcorn, get some nice beverages, curl up in the dark. I know that's going to be a chunk of tomorrow's stream, but I'm going to play some kind of game. Because the only people that can watch along for the watch party are people that have Prime. It used to just be folks that that were in the North America, but I think they opened it up worldwide now. Just anyone that's got Prime. Hey, does anyone know why you don't want to play against the Gurmag? Like in Magic? It's because they're angle shooters. Worried about days, that's why I'm not playing the Painter's Servant here. I'll play it next turn. I think we have the time. The unsub button? I don't think they make an unsub button. I don't think that button exists. 2 blue mana. Petty Theft on Painter's Servant. Let's see if this shit works. Yes! How often do you get to Pyroblast a Gourmet Gangler, huh? What is angle shooting? Angle shooting is when you try and like trip someone up with the with like precise wording of the rules, even though you knew what they were trying to do, to try and get some kind of an edge in your game.
Oh shit, what up?
Oh shit, what up? Hey, Lichu smiles at death. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 40 months there. Lichu says the 40th anniversary is the Ruby anniversary. Where's your Mox? It's right here. That's right. It's a black Mox, not a red Mox, but I tried, and that's the important thing, right? Looks like we're getting a bridge here. Is there a reason for choosing other colors? There can be various reasons to name different colors. If your opponent has a sword, like say they've got a sword of Feast and Famine, and they've got a creature to put it on, and you don't want to get hit by the sword of Feast and Famine, then maybe you want to name green or black, because that way the sword can't be equipped. If the sword is black and it gives something pro-black, then it can't be equipped to that creature anymore, and it falls off. That could be a reason. If you think your opponent's hand is stuffed with Force of Wills, and you don't want to, like, let them pitch lands to their Force of Will, then naming something besides blue could be okay. If we're going to, like, base name something that's not blue, we're going to name black, because we're not just playing Rebs. The main reason that you name blue is because you're playing Pyroblasts and Red Elemental Blasts, so that just, like, gives those cards more versatility. You saw me, like, blow up a Gourmet Gangler that game. But Veil of Summer cares about black, so if you're not naming blue, for whatever reason, if you have a reason not to name blue, then you'll name black instead. This is your second default. Sometimes naming black is bad, like against Dredge. It'll let them like pitch more things to Icarid. Unmask, you know, could be a card that cares about you naming black. Sometimes naming black turns off cards like Snuff Out. Our opponent is actually playing a deck where they could be playing Snuff Out as like a 1 or 2 of. And so I'm going to be slightly more likely to name black against them than I would be normally. Obviously we had a reason to name blue that last game. Yeah, cut the Tormod's Crypt and board in something. Extra bridge, maybe. That's wrong. You want the Ballista. Meh. Could play an extra LED too. Anyway, there's just a variety of different things to think about. It's an in-depth answer. Well, yeah, I've played a little bit of Painter's Servant. I played a little bit of Painter's Servant. I kind of popularized blue-red Painter. I ported it over from Vintage way back when, and got people playing it in Legacy. The first few lists that like did well at SCG Opens. Or based on my early lists. Got a few other grinders to play them and such. I never got a top 8. I lost playing for top 8s a couple of different times with Painter. So just had some top 16s, but... It was a deck that I was working on because I thought it was really good against Survival, actually. Like, they would make some 4-3s, and you're like, alright, dead you, whatever. And then Survival got banned, and I was like, alright, I guess I'll play this deck anyway, whatever. Still good. Oh, there's receipts for that Forge of Days. You can look at my old articles or my old top 16 finishes, or the first person to win an open with Blue Red Painter, I think, credited me in the interview, if I recall correctly. Does this deck ever have Shenanigans and a Volk in the board? I mean, you can play Shenanigans. I don't know what Volk has to do with it. Oh, Dimir's Shadow. I gotcha. No, I don't think so. If they're worried about Chalice, they have a few different ways of beating it. There's that Proliferate card that's, like, pretty good as an answer to Chalice specifically. I think I just pass here. Let's go ahead and fetch. Ratchet Bomb, yeah, they can play that one too. A few different answers. I think the blue one's better than Throne of Geth. There's a 1 and a blue Proliferate draw card. I think that card's better than Throne of Geth by a lot, because it still pitches to Force of Will and stuff. Yeah, they kind of got to kill the welder this turn. I didn't run out the Great Furnace because I didn't want to get wastelanded, but... No, I'm not sure, Reese. Tezzeret Gambit's a little expensive for a Days deck. Moist Clams with the advice. So here we don't want to fire off a Reb to counter Angler, because then if they just like have a removal spell for the Painter's Servant, then that'll counter our Reb. Whereas if we get to untap, then we have 2 things, right? And we can then counter a removal spell on Painter and make sure that our Reb resolves. Then I'm not sure if Painter's Servant's supposed to attack, but it is a 6-turn clock. And I don't think it speeds up Death Shadow that much. Am I ever tempted to just Stone Rain my opponent when I have Painter's Servant in play? Every time. Every time. Death Shadow, though, their curve kind of stops at, like, 2, so it doesn't do much when they have 3 lands. Why did I do it on my main phase instead of on their upkeep? Because they had a mana tapped. This made it ever so slightly less likely that they'd be able to have 2 things. Oh man. I miss you, Karn. I wonder what their last card is over there. Yeah, 4 more turns. Oh, they're fetching. That's actually a bad sign. Oh, they brainstormed. Maybe it's not a bad sign. Give them more live draws. No! They've pushed my servant! Meanwhile, I'm over here, fetching to thin. Yeah, exactly. I fetch the Dried Arbor. So if the opponent's smart here, and they set an upkeep stop, if they don't actually want to draw the card, they CF Delver, they can then crack their fetch. Yeah, there's a chance that they wanted to draw the Delver anyway. But you can use the Delver peak like a Scry. Sometimes it's good. If, for example, they saw like a Hymn to Turok here, I'm actually hold on to this Lotus Petal. Karn, yeah, Karn would have been nuts. Go get Ballista, just kill both Delvers. Kill them, right? Bridge off the top would also be amazing. There's a reason we went down to like 18 lands for a second with this deck. If you go too low, then you don't have the lands that you need for your opener, right? But there's so much artifact mana. It almost feels like we should have more 4-drops. Someone suggested playing like Emery and Urza. Maybe. Maybe. Just like have every... My issue with Emery is that we're already playing 8 goblins, right? We're playing 4 Goblin Welder and 4 of the other goblin. So Emery is like exacerbating our dependence on our graveyard. Whereas Karn and Urza don't care about that stuff. Casting Brainstorm when it's the only card you have is often a game-winning play. But you have to put a lot of thought into it. It's certainly not squeezing the most value out of your Brainstorm. But if it helps you like find another threat, if it helps you end the game a turn sooner. I don't think Karn actually wins here. Unfortunately. Because we boarded in our second bridge. Oh, but we have Ballista. Yeah, we'll see. See if they have a counter for me. Don't want to go for 3 here and lose to like double days, right? Might as well just play it for 2. Yes! Yes! Those Painter's Servant hits earlier, they ended up mattering. Alright, well we started out 0-2, and I was pretty worried, but now we rallied back a little bit. That second match loss was kind of close, if I remember correctly, too. I kind of like this track. This epic, like, mountain yelling. There's a few tracks on this playlist like that. I might like go through this playlist and take the ones that are the tracks that are like really fire. Like do my own curating of their own already curated playlist. Not sure whether to hold up Pyroblast or just cast Grindstone. I think on the play you just play the Grindstone. Wasteland Vial, sure. What kind of Vial deck is playing Yorion? What the shit? How badly do you want to Pyroblast an Aether Vial? The issue with Pyroblasting the Vial is then we don't have a mana to activate Grindstone next turn. I think we just pass. The Pyroblast is also protecting the Painter's Servant, right? Yorion Death and Taxes. Okay, alright. Having less chance of having Vial in the opener is the only thing I'm balking at here. Here I'm getting kind of rewarded for not just firing off Pyroblast on Vial. Now we have an answer to this Provoker. But we do need to draw land if we're going to win next turn. No reason to crack the Lotus Petal to Pyroblast, because burning that extra mana here isn't really better than tapping land on my turn, right? And neither, like, get me ahead. You can only use the Petal once. Obviously, if it was a land, we would tap it, but that's a one-shot. Ooh. Why, hello there. Now Pyroblasting the Vial is like really tempting, right? Because they didn't put in Mother of Runes or whatever. That'd be weak if they like played a second Revoker. Have I ever gotten to Karn Lattice someone? Oh yeah, plenty of times. I've played a solid amount of Karn. Why no Painter Beats? I don't think my opponent's life total matters. I couldn't think of something. I couldn't think of a 2-drop that they would violin that would then beat my second Pyroblast. But just because I can't think of it doesn't mean that I shouldn't fire it off, right? If they have an Eldrazi effect and you Grindstone combo them, it does not draw the game. The Eldrazi effect stacks, and then once their whole deck is in the graveyard, it resolves and it shuffles back in. Assuming you don't have a Tormod's Crypt or Leyline of the Void or something to stop that. I actually had that come up earlier. I like decked myself to find the Tormod's Crypt, and then welded the Tormod's Crypt back into play, and then decked my opponent, because I just had enough mana lying around and enough grindstones. And then I decked my opponent. They were tapped out because they just played a sneak attack. And then when their Emrakul was on, trigger was on the stack, I responded by cracking the Tormod's Crypt, making the graveyard empty. But before the end of my turn, they pitched a Simian Spirit Guide to play an Emrakul because they had a sneak attack in play. And then at end of turn, that Emrakul died and it shuffled in. They drew their card, and then I decked because remember I had decked myself with the Painter Servant. It's kind of cute, kind of a neat little sequence. Someone in chat pointed out that had I decked them on my own end of turn, that wouldn't have been a line, because then if they activate Sneak Attack and put the Emrakul into play, it won't sacrifice. It'll like carry through into their turn, and then they would deck that way. Real interesting. I didn't beat myself up too bad about it. It's not super intuitive to play around, pitch Simian Spirit Guide, activate Sneak Attack, put in Emrakul. Or was something that was like kind of on my radar. Anyway, we cut Tormod's Crypt here. We're going to bring in 2 Walking Ballistas. Ballista's really good against Mother of Runes. It's also good against like Thalia and Revoker, stuff like that. And then Veil of Summer isn't amazing, so we're actually going to be cutting some of these. They really only stop Swords to Plowshares once Painter Servant is already down, so it's not a lot. We're just going to like bring in random combo cards. That's going to be fine. Like something like that, maybe. Maybe even cut a Pyroblast. Or let's leave 1 LED out and just have 4 of each combo piece. Yeah, I like that. And now Karn is just playing a regular Karn role where it gets Bridge or Lattice. You wonder why they wouldn't Simian the Emrakul on their turn. We had a Bridge in play that was slowing them down. So if they Simianed out the Emrakul, then they wouldn't have done anything. They had a fine reason to wait. Yeah, we'll see if this works. I like getting both welders down, because that makes them have like 2 pieces of... Now they need to have 2 pieces of removal if they want to keep me from welding. Or a Graveyard Hate spell or something. Like 1 Swords doesn't do it. They almost need 2. Are they going to port me? They don't have blue cards for Yorion, right? They're just mono white. So that's a turn 2 kill through Swords to Plowshares on a welder and a Rishid Import. Not too shabby. Yeah, Surgical would have been a lot better. Surgical Extraction would have been a lot better than a Swords there, huh? And they did have Rest in Peace in, too. Ooh. They didn't have it, though. Sometimes they don't have it. Nice. So we started out 0-2 there, but then we rallied back a bit. To end up 3-2. So we're like 7-3 overall on the night. 2 different decks, of course, but still fun. Still fun to win. Let's see, what time is it? 10:40. I've been taking my breaks in between leagues, and I think that works out really well. Next up, I think we're going to be playing some Elves, and then we'll close out the game with the night with Urza Echo. I'm going to remove Painter from the stream title. You love Legacy Night? Nice. I also enjoy Legacy. Unless I just get shit on all night, and then I'm like, oh man. Oh man. Legacy is sweet though. Hey, Swallow Baggin, thanks to the sub. Thanks to 20 months there. Have a good break. Oh, my 3-minute break to go pee and get a beverage. Oh, it'll be a good one. It'll be a good one. Some folks have started cutting the Ooze and the Rex Sage. Just be like more of a streamlined combo deck. Play like the 4th Allosaurus Shepherd, another Birchlore or whatever. That's fine. It's hard for me to let go. Hard for me to let go of the tutor package. Yeah, when I come back, I'll go over the deck for a little bit, explain my card choices, and then we'll fire off a Legacy League. So let me update Stream Decker before I take off, so I don't forget. And I think I'm gonna get a nice gin drink, a nice adult beverage. What I bring in the Progenitus for? I'll talk about that when I get back. I'll answer all questions and go over what the deck is doing when I get back. Be back in a couple minutes. Yes, most lists play 4 Symbiotes. Symbiote's good. It's your best card in some matchups. I don't know if we have enough water. All right. Oh, thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for waiting for me. Yeah, I got a splash of Northwoods Gin here, which is a very smooth gin, very tasty. Has some fiercely tasting botanicals from the Northwoods area where I live, but the gin itself is very smooth. So very interesting gin. I'm gonna be mixing it with some Blue Sky soda, cherry vanilla. Love this shit. I've always loved this soda. It's so tasty. I wish they made caffeinated sodas. I would drink them more. But it's almost 11 o'clock. I don't need more caffeine. I should be okay. If I crash, I might drink another Mountain Dew later, but for now I'm decent. Alright, let's talk about Elves. So Elves is the sort of deck that can grind through all kinds of disruption. If you, a lot of the deck, there's a lot of redundancy here, a lot of 1-mana 1/1s and what. Most of the cards are doing something similar. You're just playing a dork, it costs 1 mana, it helps you generate mana somehow by tapping for mana or untapping other things that tap for mana. And having all of those cards, having all those creatures, means that your Gaia's Cradle is very, very good. This gives you that big burst. It's not uncommon for this deck to actually hardcast the Craterhoof Behemoth, or to Green Sun Zenith for it in the late game, if you top deck those cards. This deck is really, really good against disruption. Part of that is because Wirewood Symbiote lets you respond if they point a removal spell at one of your creatures. You can respond by bouncing the creature. Symbiote plus Elvish Visionary can help you grind through all kinds of stuff too. Like if the opponent's playing sweepers or whatnot, you can just blink Visionary every turn, and then they play Sweeper and they're just getting your Symbiote, and sometimes you're drawing 2 or 3 cards a turn just with Elvish Visionary blinks. And then once you fire off a Glimpse of Nature, I mean, 1 green, draw so many cards, right? You can draw like 10 cards off a Glimpse of Nature, no sweat. And then it can just like chain stuff together and give you a turn 2 kill sometimes. So Glimpse really helps out the explosive nature of the deck. Gives you a way to just actually explode and kill someone. Natural Order is a card. You sack a green creature, search your library for a green card, and put that on the battlefield, then shuffle your library. Mostly what you're getting with Natural Order is either Archon of Valor's Reach, where it comes into play. It's a 5/6 flying Vigilance Trample, but the main reason you're playing this is its second ability. You choose Artifact, Enchantment, Instant Sorcery, or Planeswalker, and then players can't cast spells of that type. So if you're facing like Reanimator or something, if you can get a fast Archon of Valor's Reach down and name like Sorcery and prevent them from reanimating their things, that can be really good. Or against like a combo deck, right? A super, like if you're playing against Ad Nauseam, a Storm deck, the fast Archon of Valor's Reach can just win. And then Craterhoof can win usually when you have like 3 or 4 elves in play. Craterhoof is going to be good enough. A lot of times it's doing way more damage than is necessary to kill the opponent. And then there's a few different utility cards that you can get with Green Sun, Scavenging Ooze, Rex Sage, if you need to answer like a Chalice, that sort of deal. The deck got a lot better against Chalice with Allosaurus Shepherd. Allosaurus Shepherd is the new card in the deck, can't be countered, and then green spells you control can't be countered. Not just creatures, but green spells, which means that you can jam Natural Order into Daze mana, and the opponent needs to have a removal spell for the Allosaurus Shepherd if they're going to actually counter your Natural Order. Very nutty card in some matchups. And then the activated ability is good too. Like if you don't actually have a win condition, sometimes just activating it a couple turns in a row. Got a Gaia's Cradle and like 3 elves, right? Just deal in 15. Not that hard. There are some questions about the sideboard. Thoughtseize comes in, sometimes it can come in against decks with sweepers post-board when you think they're going to slow you down. You bring in Thoughtseize to try and hit their sweepers and help grind. Sometimes you don't. Plague Engineers, mostly for like Elves Mirrors, that sort of deal. Not everybody plays them. I used to have 2 in here. Leyline of the Void is currently my sideboard graveyard hate of choice. I used to play like a couple of Surgicals, which would pair nicely with Thoughtseizes against the combo decks. Right now I'm on Leyline because the main matchup that I want graveyard hate is Hagak. And I think Leyline's probably one of the better hate spells there. And then there's of course the Ooze that you can tutor for in the main deck. Collector Oath is just something you can Green Sun for. If you're facing an artifact deck, like the Painter deck that we were just playing, something like that. Veil of Summer is, some decks only play like 2 of this card, some play 0 in the sideboard. I really like it against Ad Nauseam decks because they're trying to kill you with Tendrils. And then they also have a bunch of like discard and stuff. And against some disrupting decks, it hits their removal. So, just a really, really good card, right? And then Trophy and Abrupt Decay. Sometimes I'm playing like up to 4 of this type of effect. Sometimes I'm playing various numbers. It should maybe be 2 Decays right now, because Delver is the deck to beat. So like Abrupt Decay is better than Trophy there. Sometimes Trophy hits like random lands though, right? Like sometimes your opponent's got a Tabernacle and you get to just pop it with Trophy and win. And that feels really good. Someone asked, why is the Progenitus in the sideboard? If your opponent's using a lot of removal, a lot of spot removal, sometimes Progenitus can just cheese you a win post-board. So in matchups where the Archon's not very good, like say you're facing a control deck that's got Planeswalkers and Instants and Sorceries, all as ways of removing creatures, getting Archon and naming one of those is kind of just like tutoring for a Meddling Mage, right? And then the opponent just like kills it. Like against Miracles, for example, if you get Archon, are you naming Instant to turn off Swords to Plowshares, or are you naming Sorcery to shut off Terminus? Like you can do one of those things and like potentially win off of it, but you also might just like lose to the other card, right? You might just lose that gamble really easily. Not that I'm saying you should board in Progenitus against Miracles. That was just an example of a spot where Archon might fail. So the 4-color decks that play a whole bunch of spot removal, Swords, Abrupt Decays, that sort of deck, you might want Progenitus against and force them to have like one of a couple of sweepers or just die. If they have more removal than you have creatures, you can do this thing where you fetch Dried Arbor, and then before you pass priority, you cast the Natural Order. So the opponent doesn't even get a chance to play their removal spell. And then you go get Progenitus, and they're just like staring at their like Fatal Pushes and stuff, and just die to your 10/10. That's what that's for. Mostly black heavy removal decks. I would probably board it in versus like Death Shadow, for example, over the Archon. Alright, let's get into some matches. Yeah, I've started doing deck breakdowns for the YouTube content, since I started breaking them up by league anyway. A few people said that they liked that. It's probably nice for folks that are just like tuning into the stream too. I don't know. It's going to be redundant for a lot of people, explaining card choices and stuff. A lot of people are going to like know, they're going to be more experienced with Legacy. But it doesn't take that long, right? It's like a couple minutes. The only way to get Progenitus is the Zenith? No, you're usually using Natural Order. It's usually very rare that you would use Green Sun Zenith to get Progenitus. It comes up every once in a while. Oh hey, we're facing Daryl Ayers again. Yeah, they were playing Death and Taxes the first time we faced them. Typically a good matchup for Elves. Not unlosable, but typically really strong. We don't have a Green Sun for a Dried Arbor on turn 1, unfortunately, or this hand would look a lot better. We also don't have a Cradle. A Cradle... Cradle would also be strong. I don't think I'm going to Glimpse on 2. I think I'm just going to go like 1-drop, Rex Sage, Pop Vial. Hey Kiwi Splat, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 21 months there. You're saying I need more Enchantress in my life? I probably do. I haven't played Enchantress in a very long time. Warp the King, thanks for gifting a sub to Slayers. Congrats, Slayers. And Firefighter gifted a sub to Untouched Marlin a while back. Appreciate both you folks. Does that change things? What's up, Drawley? So I think Recruiter gets Revoker here, and they revoke Heritage Druid. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm expecting out of them. Maybe they want Stoneforge Mystic to try and get Jit and start winning that way. Spirit of the Labyrinth, interesting. Also very good against my hand. We'll look at Spirit of Labyrinth real quick. That's an enchantment, right? Oh, but they have Mother Runes to protect it. The enchantment creature, each player can't draw more than one card each turn. So that does a really good job of shutting off my hand, right? We're sitting here with this Glimpse and this Elvish Visionary. Both of those cards are going to be pretty much dookie now. If we get a Symbiote somehow, if we either get a Green Sun for a Symbiote or we just draw it naturally, then we'll be able to like Rex Sage it multiple times per turn, and maybe that'll do something for us.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey Redbriar, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 4 months. Absolutely, Redbriar. Well, at least we got him to thinking. Hey, congrats, Big Thick. Yeah, they have a few, like, super good lines here. Mostly hoping that they would, overthink things. We'll see. So Glimpse costs 2 mana here. I think I'm supposed to lead on Visionary. I think the Thalia makes Glimpsing kind of bad. We'd just be like just playing Querying Ranger, right? Was that a good attack? I think so. If I don't attack, remember that they just tutored. Remember what they just tutored for, right? The Spirit of the Labyrinth. So the attack made them think that I wanted to like mess with them with Mother of Runes and like maybe have a Swords of Plowshares or something. So they ended up putting the Thalia into play. If they don't do anything, if they just like eat a creature, if they just put in the Spirit of the Labyrinth, block and give it pro green, then obviously we can't Rex Sage it. But then we're just like playing our third land and Rex Saging the Vial, and we lose like a creature that we don't care about, right? We don't quite have the mana to glimpse and play a creature, unfortunately. Otherwise, that would give us a chance to actually use our Glimpse of Nature, because the Thalia makes the Glimpse cost 2, of course. But we can at least Rex Sage the Vial. Not that the Vial matters much now. Just getting to draw one card deeper with the Visionary was certainly worth the Nettle Sentinel. Because we need a Natural Order. We need a Natural Order to win this game. Can Rex Sage hit the Spirit? Not if they have an untapped Mother of Runes, remember. Otherwise, I would have just cast the Glimpse of Nature, and then they play the Spirit, and then I Rex Sage the Spirit. If they didn't have a Mother of Runes in play, that is what I would do. But they had the Mother of Runes, so I didn't do that. If you lead on Glimpse Tentative Handle, they just file in the Spirit. We knew that they had Spirit because they Recruiter of the Guard to Fort it. We knew that this was in their hand. So I chose a line that was like looked kind of weird on paper, but we had a good reason to do so. The Dried Arbors are kind of important against equipment that let you like block and then bounce it back to your hand with Quirion Ranger. So that equipment don't actually get their triggers right, so Batterskull doesn't gain life, so the Jit doesn't get Jit counters. The Spirit of the Labyrinth was a really good grab with the Recruiter. Meanwhile, I'm over here fetching the Thin. I think I actually cast this. Even though we don't draw a card. If we draw a Cradle at this point, we're not just going to run it out. We're going to sandbag it. Maybe use it to cast a Crater Hoof later. We are playing Allosaurus Shepherd, yeah. One got swords earlier this game. How many orders am I playing? There's 3 natural orders in here. At a certain point, Green Sun for Hoof is going to do it too. We might actually be at that point. We have a lot of creatures right now. Oh, I should have bounced the Dried Arbor and replayed it. Should have 2 untapped here. Oh, they can give Pro Green anyway. If they find a Jit. Yep. Having a good old time here. How many lands are left? Not a ton. Three cradles, two more fetchable lands. And then three more fetches. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more lands left in the deck. We're gonna fetch one out. Yeah, they've also flooded, for sure. It's good Swords of Plowshares. I'll take 2. Great. So that was our last fetchable land. What happens if we serve all here? They eat 2 creatures and take 5, 6, 7, go to 12. Can't quite swing that. Giving the Thalia Vigilance. Sure. Any more Jin? The way this game's going. Yeah, Green Sun or Natural Order probably do it for me. But I do need to draw one of them. Or the Crater Hoof naturally. It's like 8 cards. Nice, the 9-breaker. There's exactly 1 creature to exile. That's all we need, though. And attacking with the Thalia is a little less free. Both players just have this like pile of fucking mana. The name of the new elf? Are you talking about Allosaurus Shepherd? Yeah, Allosaurus Shepherd might be a live draw too at this point. This game's fucking ridiculous. That took a while. Yeah, so if Daryl had found like a Stoneforge Mystic for a Jit in there somewhere, then he gets to like whittle down my board and make it so that the Crater Hoof isn't lethal. Meanwhile, we had a lot of turns where Green Sun, a natural Crater Hoof or a natural order would have done it for us as well. So that was a weird game. Both players had to get very unlucky for the game to go like that. That's not a normal match in that matchup. The Spirit of the Labyrinth was really good, real strong. What did Elves do before Hoof? Before Hoof, they used Mirror Entity. And Mirror Entity was a lot of fun to win with, because there were a lot of fun little loops where you would go in infinite. When you activate Mirror Entity, the Werewood Symbiote would become an elf, and then you could use Symbiote to like bounce itself, and then when you replayed the Symbiote, it would like untap your Nettle Sentinels, and you could just like loop that over and over with the Glimpse going. That was the most clear-cut loop. But there was some where you like didn't have Nettle Sentinels, and you just had like two Symbiotes, a Heritage Druid, and a Mirror Entity, and you had to like loop Symbiotes bouncing each other, and anyway. I'm gonna bring in this Plague Engineer, I'm gonna cut this Ooze, I'm gonna leave Rex Sage in. I'm gonna cut Archon. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to board in Progenitus or not. I do kind of like having two natural order targets. Sometimes they've got an answer to natural order. Sometimes they play that 2/2. There's a chance I'm supposed to shave one in this matchup. Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy are also options. Usually they have Mother Runes to protect their things, but having them to pop Jit is pretty real. So I'm going to bring those in. I'm going to cut a natural order, and then I need to cut one of something else, maybe Allosaurus Shepherd. Maybe I'm supposed to cut two Allosaurus Shepherds. They're not countering anything. What about Collector? Collector's supposed to be in. I'll try it. Yeah, Containment Priest, that one. With this draw, I think we're actually going to fetch a basic forest for the turn 1 Heritage Druid, because we don't want them to wasteland us off of our turn 2 mana. So even though we have a card that requires a black mana here, I think I still fetch a basic. A lot of times you just play the turn 1 Dryad Arbor. Shit. Double shit. Fuck. Our draws have not been cooperating, if you couldn't tell. I gotta decide if I want to play out this Cradle. The issue with playing out the Cradle is they just port it for the rest of the game. I really wanted to be able to go, like, glimpse into Heritage Druid, maybe find things. Do we glimpse into a single Collector Oath? It's kind of a waste, but it's also kind of fine. Ooh. Second Cradle could be juicy. They just pathed their own Mother of Urns. So they got a juicy plan for their mana here. Yeah, that's a good one. So we choose an artifact and a creature. Hence the flagstones, right? The perfect card to start rebuilding with. Drawing both the trophy and the decay. And an uncastable hoof was a little unlucky. Usually you just like want like a removal spell. Flexorus? Oh no. They do need a 4th mana to play plus equip, if they're going to do that. Kind of looks like they're just going to like pass and violate it on my end of turn. So we have another turn to draw a fetch, maybe. Jit's definitely not GG here. Because even if they like exile my things, we can still like decay it by hitting a fetch eventually. Hey, Necromancer, thanks for the sub, thanks for sharing the Prime. Yeah, not gonna run that one out. Uh-huh. Eventually. Yeah, I mean, we just need a fetch. We showed last game how easy it was to draw a fetch, right? Easy peasy rice and or cheesy. So they're not attacking with a Stoneforge because they want to violin the Jit on my end of turn. And I'm actually going to play out the Quirion Ranger so we can protect our black source from wastelands. They did not violin the Stoneforge Mystic. Interesting. Violin the Jit, rather. Other runes is a human, right? It's a human cleric. The base card, if you look at the base card, it just says creature cleric. I haven't played a land yet, right? Yeah. Then Quirion Ranger can just let you like make your land drop even when you wouldn't normally, just by untapping a land. So Plague Engineers is stopping them from viling in Mother of Runes, making my life difficult. Engineer's a profession, right, Tibalt? So before he's an engineer, he's probably a student studying how to engineer things. Yeah, Beofrug, you got it. That was the main reason to run out the Plague Engineer, and the main reason to kill the Skyclave. Is doing both of those things is beefing up our Gaia's Cradle, and that gets us closer to hardcasting this Crater Hoof. You're not born a student of your subject matter? No, but you said what was the Plague Engineer before it was an engineer? Well, probably a student, right? That's what it is directly before being an engineer. You didn't ask for like its complete history of being, right? Playing the Dental Sentinel is free before the Gaia's Cradle activation, and it pumps all my creatures, another +1. Just by having another body in play. Sweet. So that was kind of a weird match. Game 2 was a little bit more normal. They didn't have the best draw. Game 1 was just some strange flood on both sides. A game that was winnable by either player, I think. Very Elves versus D&T. Yeah, very Elves versus D&T, for sure. I used to mulligan more aggressively with Elves until I watched Julian stream. I think his handle is It's Me Julian on Twitch. If you Google, oh shit, another Death and Taxes matchup. If you Google that, you'll probably find him. And I watched, and he was basically just keeping everything. So a lot of Elves players with this sort of hand will fetch Dried Arbor turn 1 to make the Ranger better and make the Gaia's Cradle better. I don't think I want to do that against Death and Taxes. I think that lets them Wasteland me or Swords me and just like set me behind too far. And we do have this nice Gaia's Cradle, so I think what I'm going to be doing is just fetching out basics and playing my cards. We lead on this one. Is Elves still a huge favorite over D&T? It generally is seen as a huge favorite over D&T for sure. It's Julian. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. The natural turn 2 Spirit of the Labyrinth. Turning off my Elvish Visionary. Not bad, huh? Not too shabby. Well, Wildwood Symbiote can protect our Allosaurus Shepherd. And at a certain point... we can just activate it and start winning that way. You've seen a lot of Plague Engineers out of Death and Taxes. That would help. Just light black splash for Plague Engineer. I beat an Eldrazi opponent with Goblins, and afterwards he told me that he was main decking for Plague Engineer, and I felt like I had gotten away with something. Did Mill put up in results in Legacy? I don't know. I haven't seen anything else. I haven't seen anything like that. So next turn we can fetch out probably a Dried Arbor and dump the rest of my hand, and then the turn after we can start pumping with the Allosaurus Shepherd, assuming they don't have anything super good. Let's get swords. Okay, so tomorrow's gonna be the Saturday stream. On Sunday, I'm gonna be playing an hour of League of Legends on stream to help out my friend David McDarby, one of the who's the mastermind, or one of the masterminds behind the Live the Dream Cube. I'll be streaming an extra hour. Well, not an extra. It'll be 7 p.m. my time, so it'll be like right at the start of my stream. I'll be streaming an hour of either ARAM or URF, probably URF. He's doing a charity stream for Extra Life. I figured I would... He asked if I wanted to co-stream it with him, and I was like, yeah, that sounds dope. That sounds sweet. Why not, huh? Why not? Sunday, Sunday, Sunday at the deck. Who do I like in League? Well, if we do end up playing URF, I play a lot of Nidalee in URF. I think she has the best level 1 when everyone like jumps into the int cannon and goes to the top lane. She just like chucks these super high damage spears, and they have super long range. And I don't know. I start a lot of games up like 2 or 3 kills, which is really satisfying. URF is like a fast game mode. If the game goes long enough, you will eventually scale off on Nidalee, and the opponent will, like the enemy team will just, it'll be hard to like actually be relevant in the game, unless you're like split pushing or stealing objectives or something. But URF is very fast paced and very front loaded, very snowbally. So focusing on that aspect of the game, I think is good. I think that's a good weakness. If your champion's gonna have a weakness, I think that's a good weakness to have. Falling off late. Yeah. Once the tanks scale, it's over. Yeah. Yeah. Accurate. Nidalee's ability to solo objectives is also kind of nice. Although the Cloud Drake is like really useless on you personally. It's just... Yeah, it's a good Flicker Wisp. Prevents me from activating on my turn here.
Oh shit, what up?
Yeah, we only have 7 mana, which is not enough to Green Sun for the win. I could go get Rexage. I could Green Sun for Rexage here and blow up the Sword of Fire and Ice. Another line is to just pass the turn. Just play my Guy's Cradle past the turn, and then when they attack in with the Sword of Fire and Ice, I like pump my Allosaurus Rider, and they're all 5/5s, and the Flicker Wisp doesn't kill anything. I think both of those lines are fine. Archon's a little weak to a removal spell here. I think Rexage would be better. Yeah, right, Stinger? That's always fun, too. When you're in a lane with Nidalee, and, like, every time they jump behind their tower, you just, like, land a spear right where they're gonna land. And they're just never at full health in your lane. It's so good. Whose would die? Allosaurus Shepherd makes all of your stuff 5/5s, right? Oh, it is each elf creature. Interesting. Well, anyway. I was thinking about getting rid of Rexage anyway. I think I like that plan. It's a little weak to them just top decking a Jit. But it feels safe to me, with them only having 1 card in hand. Archon on instant, yeah, that'd be okay. That might have been better. Archon on instant there, then they can't swords it. They need a Flicker Wisp to get it out of the way, and then you could like still block the next turn after. Oh, there's the 4-mana 2/2 Palace Jailer. They could just Palace Jailer it if they had access to that card. Yeah, this is our second Death and Taxes opponent that was playing Yorion. Yeah, shit. There goes the Allosaurus Shepherd win. Should I have attacked with something last turn? Maybe the Ooze? Skyclave? Skyclave doesn't answer a 6-drop. Was Daryl playing Yorion? I don't think Daryl was. Maybe he was. Is this the 3rd time we've played against Death and Taxes tonight? I think it's our 3rd time. This is our 3rd league, so... Hitting the Rexage to prevent me from bouncing it. Or they're going to Flicker Wisp out the Skyclave and get 2 things. Brutal. They are. Wow. So yeah, not getting the Archon here. Maybe super punishing me. They weren't suggesting that I pick up Cradle with Ranger. They were suggesting that I play out Forest from my hand instead of Cradle for the turn, tap for 3, and then bounce back to my hand on tap the Dryad Arbor, and get to 4 mana that way. It's kind of ugly. The fact that they're attacking me for 6 in the air gives us a very limited range. My spoiler's great in every format. Skyclave? Yeah, Skyclave's dope. I recognize that. I recognize that it would be playable in every format. I did not think it would be as good as it is. I did still underestimate it, even saying that it would be played in all formats. I thought it'd be like a 1 of in Legacy, Death, and Taxes, and it's like a 3 of, you know, stuff like that. It's hard to tell without playing with the card. Whoa. I think if they just port the Cradle here, they just win. Whereas this way, I've got a lot of top decks. Like Green Sun for Hoof. Heritage Druid, not quite real. I guess we could still draw Natural Order next turn. I don't think Glimpse is going to be good enough. They're going to Rishon import down my Gaia's Cradle, and they're going to exile a bunch of stuff by Yorion blinking out Skyclave and the Flicker Wisps and whatnot. So I don't think Glimpse is going to be a real draw, which makes me want to play out the Heritage Druid. Because then if we naturally drew Crater Hoof, it'd be like, what, 3, 4, 5? They're going to exile the Ranger, though. Yeah, I'll just pass. Oh, Glimpse doesn't work because of the Spirit. Yeah, good call. The real reason to play out the Heritage Druid. Brutal stuff.
Oh shit, what up?
Pretty long years with the sub for the 40 months saying, "Hey Caleb, I like you more than I like elves, and I fucking hate elves." Oh, good. I'm glad that, I guess. Is Pioneer dead? It's close. Yeah, I think we're on Natural Order or Bust. They tap down Cradle. Even Natural Order, like we'd have to tap both Dryad Arbors. We'd have 3 creatures attacking at with a buff of 4. I don't think that's enough. The main deck Spirited Labyrinth, pretty good. Pretty good. think Progenitus is better than Archon because they have creature answers. Archon. I think chat was right. I think Archon would have been good that last game, but oh well. I almost want to cut the Glimpse. They have not been great for me. I'm not going to, but... Oh yeah, we did bring it off earlier. Good call. I think last time I cut a natural order. Just because it runs into the 2-drop. Maybe that means we don't play the Progenitus. Just do this. You think Opposition Agent will see some amount of Legacy play? Yeah, some amount. I'll try it out. Sometimes I play Mono Black aggro. And that deck probably wants like 4 of that card. Someone suggested it as like a 1-of in Vile. I kind of like that idea. A lot of times with an opener like this, you'd spend turn 1 getting Dryad Arbor. I think I'm going to play my Fetch and Pass, see what they do on their turn 1. I think we're just going to go like Glimpse, Cantrip, draw a card. My turn 2. One issue with this hand is that the natural order doesn't really do anything because we have our 1-of Craterhoof here. Almost a reason to mulligan it. Yeah, they're just passing. I'm not going to get Dryad Arbor on the end of turn. Just get Swords or whatever. That's a draw card. Build your own Elvish Visionary. Death and Taxes does not play Mind Sensor. Oh, they didn't have swords. Interesting. Lebo asks, dumb question, but I don't know much on Moto. Can you make a turn 1 deck? Yeah. There's a couple of decks that try and kill turn 1 in Legacy. Storm can do it, but it's very unlikely to. There's like one Reanimator deck. There's like a niche Reanimator deck that can do it. The main decks they're trying to kill on turn 1 are Oops All Spells and Belcher. Both of those decks got a little bit better with the spell lands that were added into the format. They're both still kind of poopy though. but they have gotten slightly better, so people are trying them out more. We played against Dupes All Spells earlier. It's a deck that can win turn 1 a decent amount of the time. Spanish Inquisition, yeah, I haven't seen that deck in actual forever. I have not seen. Well, I shouldn't say I haven't seen Neoform cast in Legacy because I have seen it cast, but I don't think there is a viable Neoform deck in Legacy. The issue is you have to add a bunch of like dead cards to your deck. You might as well be trying to kill someone with like any other way, right? Exactly. Yeah, you can just entomb for Grizzlebrand. You don't need to try and Neoform. How do I like the fast mana Chalice decks in Legacy right now? I think Chalice is at like a low point. Right now I'm like regretting not having Progenitus in my deck. One of the issues with Chalice right now is the decks where Chalice is like typically your best card or whatever. A lot of those decks have main deck answers to Chalice, because they're all playing Oko. And I think that's made the Chalice decks collectively a little bit worse. I'm going to hold on to this Symbiote just in case we top deck Glimpse. Another Glimpse. Have something in hand to pop off with a little bit, maybe. The Neoform deck is indeed legal in Modern. Right now, one of our better draws is just Elvish Visionary, right? Just start drawing cards with Symbiote. If they point his swords at the Symbiote, I don't know if we bounce the Rex Sage or not. I think I do. This Cradle will be good eventually. You know that we're sandbagging it. So we can play it, use it for a burst of mana with the hoof or whatnot. We just need to get a few more creatures in play. When did Elves stop running Progenitus as a no target? I've got Progenitus as a no target, what do you mean? Progenitus waxes and wanes because you want it in some matchups but not others. The last time I played against Death and Taxes, I actually did board it in, and it would have been really good this game. I was saying earlier that I regretted not boarding it in. Oh my god. A little bit worried about the Flash 2/2. Potentially eating a Symbiote. So I'm not serving with it. It's probably a little too scaredy pants of me, but I think the way we win this game is by casting this Crater Hoof. I don't think their life total matters that much. I guess I let that resolve. I think we need to keep the Rex Sage in play. It'd be nice to bounce the Rex Sage in case they have a Jit or whatever, but I think we need to leave the Rex Sage in play. So our Gaia's Cradle makes more mana. Great. I think both our Bayous are dead. Yeah. So the only way we're casting this Abrupt Decay is with Birchlow Rangers now. Yeah, Containment Priest was the card I was playing around by not attacking with the Symbiote. Maybe wrong, but meh. Well, fuck, huh? So it looks like I would have been rewarded for bouncing the Rex Sage that one turn. I mean, they just would have held the Jit, but that still would have been better. Oh, wow, okay. Right on time. They just put Yorion to hand, and then the Yorion can blink the Skyclave and exile the Oath. Not bad. What does Green Sun for 1 get me? Fucking nothing, right? And we already lost both our Dryad Arbors. Oh no, we just lost 1 Dryad Arbor. I think I Green Sun for Dryad Arbor. The issue with green sunning for 1 and getting Birchlore Rangers to potentially turn on the Abrupt Decay is the opponent can Yorion blink out Skyclave, exile the Collector Oath, and then the Jit would just be able to kill. I guess it does that for Dryad Arbor too. Do I even cast this fucking Green Sun? Oh, the other one's exiled to a Swords, sure. I'm probably not green sunning for 0 then, huh? Oh, fuck. You only have 1 of each duel for your cube. How bad would it be to replace them with Shocklands for a while? Doesn't sound bad at all. Lots of different cubes have different power levels. Some cube makers very intentionally make the choice to not play dual lands. Oh, and they hit a land to port me. Unfortunate. Yeah, so it's not a matchup you lose super often as the Elves side. We are losing the match though. There were a couple of different spots where someone else might have been able to win this game, and I didn't. Well, that's okay. I figured if they cast Yorion, they would have needed to have a top deck land to also port me. You know, both the Bayou's gone, so we can't decay the Jit. I'm just gonna pack that. Speaking of duels, if someone only has 1 of each duel, what legacy options do they have? Well, the 4-color snow decks usually only play like 1 of each duel, because they use Astrolabe for a lot of their fixing, so they end up playing just like a lot of snow basics. And then they play 1 of each duel to smooth things out with their fetches and stuff. But they don't actually need that many dual lands. Another deck where you can get away with playing a very low dual count is Blue-White Miracles. Usually you want at least 2 though. 2 Tundras. GG's, Lwynel. GG's. It's possible that last hand should have been a mulligan. Having the natural order and our natural order target in hand was rough. Usually against Death and Taxes, you have enough mana, or you have enough time to actually just cast Crater Hoof, though. I actually didn't mind having it in the opener that much. And we did get value out of the natural order. But it maybe should have still been a mull. This hand, the plan is to tutor for Dried Arbor, turn 1 off Foothills, then turn 2 Ranger, plus Symbiote. Set up for a turn 3 natural order. Is the red mana for Progenitus? There's no red mana in this deck. You are... One Underground Sea for Death Shadow is fine. Yeah, that sounds fine. Play like 3 or 4 Watery Graves and 1 Underground Sea. Yeah. You want to play green fetches in this deck. All of the sources that you're going to be getting are forests, so it doesn't matter what style of green fetches. They could be Misties or Verdant Catacombs. It doesn't matter. Because these are our only options, right? A Savannah, 2 Bayous, 2 Dried Arbor, and a Forest. Basically a mono green deck. What are the chances the $80 mono red deck for Legacy on MTG Goldfish actually works? If you want to build an $80 burn deck for Legacy, you can do that, and you can win like 20 or 30% of your matches. Depending on like the field you're facing, right? But against a competitive tournament field, like if you're playing an $80 burn deck on Moto, that's what I would expect. I do not recommend building burn, even like non-budget burn, for tournament play. I don't think that's smart. Yeah, I have a big problem with people giving their friends burn as like a starter deck to Legacy, because you're just kind of setting them up to not like the format, because you're going to lose a lot. It's not a real deck. So people are like, here, I have this deck. Spare. Extra. You can play it in this tournament, and they like shell out for the entry fee. Lose to like combo decks and Force of Wills for however many rounds, and then decide that they hate Legacy. Hoof's not quite lethal, right? It's 3, so 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 4 plus 4. If I get a Yorion, what am I naming? Yeah, we could try and lethal them next turn by getting out Arbor. I think we just get Archon, though. But I'm not sure if I would name Instant or Sorcery. Maybe it's better to just try and win next turn. They've already played a Crop Rotation and a Punishing Fire. This P-Fire targets a Symbiote, I imagine. Lance plays Loam, Power of Pi. This is their main sorcery.
Oh shit.
Hoof puts them into 2. I think that's better than getting Archon. Hey Joshua J. Ventura, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 10 months. I wonder if this deck should play 3 Dried Arbors. Nice, Kale Mercer. Do you have a picture? If you have a picture handy, I'd love to see that. Nice. Yeah, Glacial Chasm was our main concern here. There's also an issue where, like, they could have maybe, like, exploration into Maze of Ith and then Punishing Fires to land or Wastelanded or Ported or something. A few different ways to snaggle out of that. So Trophy definitely comes in. I think Progenitus comes in because Progenitus doesn't care about the P-Fire combo. It also doesn't care about Maze of Ith. And I think we cut this Archon. And then I'm not sure about Rex Sage. I've had Lanes players play cards that you want to Rex Sage before. But I think it still comes out. And then Scavenging Ooze is good against Loam, so I think Ooze stays in. Even though that would probably be our next weakest card. Do it like that. This hand looks fine. I think we fetch basic and play turn 1 Nettle Sentinel. If we end up needing to get a Dried Arbor, we can do that with our second fetch later. Is Leyline worth? No, I do not think Leyline's worth in this matchup. They might have a hand that just doesn't care, right? They might not even want to play Loam. They might just be
Oh,
going
shit,
like,
what up?
make it 2020. Hey, Lucky Charms, thanks for the sub, thanks for sharing the Prime. Appreciate it. Questing Beast is an answer to Glacial Chasm. That's funny. Yeah, still doing this. Fetching basics so they can't wasteland me. Next turn we're probably playing either the Savannah or the Cradle. Probably the Cradle. Just to play two things. Yeah, they Count Kenny. That's why we're not bringing in, like, Loam, right? Punishing Fire is kind of oof. But they don't have a Grove handy to rebuy it.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Hobo Master Man, thanks for the sub, thanks for sharing the Twitch Prime! Hell yeah. I do like the other Punishing Fire art better, the one with the Sicko Dragon. Yeah, and like the burnt corpse in the background. I think that's so fucking badass. Maybe my favorite Greg Staples art. He's done some good ones too. A little bit worried about the opponent just making it 2020. I don't know what I can do about it though. Either Symbiote or Quirion Ranger. Both seem fine. I was just supposed to get Dried Arbor here. Even though I could do X as 1. OG Squee. OG Squee's a classic. One awkward thing about my sequencing is that I can't play both this Dried Arbor to sack to Cradle, or to sack to Natural Order, and the guy's Cradle. I can't do both next turn, I have to choose. So maybe I'll just make a Progenitus. If I just like kill Symbiote here, then I can just have the Bridgelow Rangers and the Shepherd, or play out the Cradle. Natural Order for Progenitus. Once rebuying 2 P-Fires. Which I'm actually fine with. Pretty okay with that being their plan. Oh, I can't Natural Order for Progenitus because I'm going to draw it? Oh, good Paul. Good point. Good Paul. Good Paul, chat! How much tempting fate would it be to play the Visionary first, huh? Mazavith, not an answer to Progenitus. I wonder if the opponent's regretting discarding their Thespian stage earlier. I'll cast it. I don't think it matters. The Visionary. Yeah, red 7. I might merge back. We did Modern into Legacy the last couple of streams. I think Eternal content is probably better for my YouTube if I'm interested in growing that. Yeah, the Legacy League, or I'm sorry, the Modern Leagues from the last stream are up on YouTube right now. I should point out, I should plug the fucking shirts, because there's only 2 days left. There are only 2 days left to order these awesome CalebDMTG shirts. The art is awesome. The art is made specifically for this run of shirts. This is the only time you'll be able to get these. 2 days, 2 hours, 47 minutes. And that'll be it. They're Puma branded shirts. They make high quality shirterinos. Pretty excited about them. They look dope. They feel dope. Someone asked me to test the mouthfeel the last time I plugged them. The mouthfeel is great. Don't worry about it. If you plan on putting this shirt in your mouth, oh boy, then this is the shirt for you. Anyway, there's an FAQ here. Pretty much as soon as the run is over, they'll go straight to printing. So again, buying these shirts obviously helps out the stream. I wouldn't be plugging it otherwise. I think the font looks nice. I think the art's fucking badass. I think it's cool to have like a big cat fantasy art picture on Puma branded shirts. I think it fits. I think it works. Yeah, buy them if you want. If you don't want, that's alright. You'll only hurt my feelings a little. Happy Halloween. Yeah, happy Halloween. Who did the art? One of the unlocked artists did the art. I asked them, hey, can I like plug the artist who did the art? They said they'd look into it. They haven't gotten back to me. If you want to buy a shirt but also hurt my feelings, good question. Just in case they can gain some life over there. This is probably wrong. Like, what if they crop rotation for Glacial Chasm, and then have Loam? Then I won't have Natural Order for Ooze to eat the Loam. They're just dead, though. No matter. Yeah, you can just insult me here in chat. You can insult me in chat while you buy a shirt. You can even take a picture of yourself wearing the shirt and flicking me off and send it to me on Twitter, and then I'll retweet it on Twitter. That's a guarantee, folks. A guaranteed retweet. How often do you get that? There's the link there, just one more time. Hey, Rosen, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the 6 months. I'm gonna take a quick break to go to the bathroom. I've been taking my breaks in between leagues, but right now I have to go pee. Because that drink I just imbibed. I need more water anyway, too. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I always have some long games. Some long grinders. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about that little break there. You gotta go, right? You gotta go. Elves. That's pretty low energy matches. Just people dying or not dying. A couple of interesting decisions. If we have some really grindy ones, we might not have time to play one more deck. It's 12:20 right now. Archon's cool. Archon's super cool. Archon's at its absolute best against unfair decks. it kind of gave you a few percentage points against decks like Storm and Show and Tell and Reanimator. All those decks that would like just body you in game 1. Now at least you had a draw where you could potentially beat them if they didn't kill you on turn 1 or 2. This thing could use a Cradle, but at least it has some cards. Lotus Petal's a bad sign. Oh, hey, Cradle. Next turn we could glimpse into the Visionary. I kind of like just casting the Visionary instead. Because if I draw into a 1-drop, I'll just be able to like play both. I think I just want to set up a turn 3 Natural Order. Thespian Stage. Okay, sure. We wouldn't glimpse into Visionary, you're right. I miscounted. Please forgive me. Is there a promo code for the shirts? There is not. Not through Unlocked. Oh, Mercer says they got some, Lotus ink on their hand and asked to see it. And they just linked it here. That looks pretty fucking sweet. Cool shit. I have a Nyx Lotus on that spot on my arm, on the same arm. No, you weren't being an ass, you know. It's a good question. People should know that I'm wrong, right? If I'm wrong. Appreciate it. If you buy 10 shirts, do you get a shout out on the stream? If you buy a single shirt, I'll give you a shout out on the stream. What do you mean? Exactly, MWM. A little more expensive than you usually spend on a t-shirt, but then again, the things you buy shirts for don't provide you with hours and hours of free content every week, plus it has a badass tiger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a chunk of that money goes to me, right? To supporting the stream. Doesn't mean that that's the only way to support the stream, right? If you don't think you would use the shirt, then just donating or subbing or whatever is, I mean, like I said, there's plenty of other ways. But if you think the shirt's sweet, if you want the shirt and you want to support the stream, that's the way to do it, right? That's the fucking way. So making it 2020, yeah, because they have the reborn. That'll do it. That'll get me. GG. Yeah, we needed that natural order for the turn 3 kill there. It's a good duress on their part. Trophy can also interfere with their combo. In response to them targeting, you can pop it. Or even when they have both copies, right? You can blow up the one they would keep. The trigger's still in the stack. This is probably too much stuff, huh? 3 Veils and 3 Thoughtseize. What if we play 2 Veils? And cut a natural order, because we're just down to 1 Crater Hoof. She have an Allosaurus Shepherd. Like one of something else, maybe a Visionary. Maybe Visionary is too slow for this matchup. Maybe I go down to 2 Visionary. What if I do the Progenitus thing and keep in 3 natural orders? Kind of like that idea. And just cut down to like a Visionary, maybe. I think I want 2. This is fine. I'll submit 61. Hell yeah, what about Limes? Well, Lime says they just bought 1 each of the shirt and the hoodie. They've been looking forward to these since they first saw the art, so they're glad they caught the sale. I'm glad you caught it too. I'm glad you caught it too. Yeah, I should probably make another tweet so folks that want it don't miss it. This hand would normally be fine. I don't like having Progenitus in the opener for obvious reasons. The hand is fine otherwise. Ugh. Hey Joe the Thumb, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 30 months. This is indeed the way. Loved the new Mandalorian episode, by the way. Some real nice action. They're needling my Heath? How dare they? How dare they? Oh, the name's Symbiote, sure. That's fine. Doesn't really matter if we get Bayou or not, right? They have Urborg. I'll get the Bayou anyway. I think Green Sun's just getting a Dry Diver. Holding on to it to get the other Visionary. Kind of an option. Maybe I should auto-yield the Nettle Sentinel. Don't have to keep clicking it. There's no code. There's no code for the shirts. The reason is a sale. It's a one-time thing, one-time promotional run, just a single printing for this here shirt here. They originally wanted the cost to be more, and I was like, no. You need to cut that back. You need to make that a little bit more reasonable. At least have the T-shirt in the 20s. And what? I think I found a nice middle ground of like still, because that comes out of my profit margin, so I think I found a nice middle ground of making the shirts affordable, but still making me some buckaroos. Oh, it looks like they're real close to making a 2020 hum. How am I doing? I'm doing well, Dimahoo. Thanks for asking. Yarp. Probably a rough matchup for us overall. If we drew more sideboard cards, maybe better, but even then. They win like a turn faster than us on average, and they're disrupting us with discard. A little 2-card combo. That deck's kind of like the twin of Legacy. 2-card combo that one-shot kills you. And then all the other pieces can be used for disruption and stuff. The deck's gotta be pretty good if it loses to Wasteland and still be like a top tier deck. Hell yeah, Kane. Hell yeah. Oh, you're gonna grab one Disco Biscuits? Hell yeah. You think Wasteland is pretty bad right now? Is it? It's aren't the two top decks like Rug and Death and Taxes? Isn't it like all Wasteland decks? The only top deck that Wasteland's bad against is 4-color Snowco, right? And the people that play Snowco used to all be Miracles players, and Wasteland was bad against that deck too. Nice, Kane. Sounds sweet. What's the news? And depending on what they lead on, I mean, they're going to turn 1 Shepherd or turn 1 Green Sun for Dryad Arbor. Yeah, looking like a turn 1 Shepherd game. Oh shit! Hey Slayers, thanks for gifting a sub to Bamzing. Congrats, Bamzing. And thanks, Slayers. Yeah, I was looking forward to getting a Dryad Arbor, but if you think your opponent's on a Daze deck, this is better, I think. Looks like a Heritage Druid game to me. Hell yeah, Slayers. So we don't actually want to bounce the Allosaurus Shepherd, because that would throw me off of my uncounterability, but we can bounce the Heritage Druid. Replay it, and then we're just going to Green Sun. I hate turning off the auto yields on Nettle Sentinel, because I worry that I'll fucking forget about them. And miss out on some sweet, sweet mana. Unfortunate that we had to use the symbiote to get the green sun mana, or to be able to draw another card off the card draw critter that I'm getting. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to get Ooze with this, actually, and then have the Ooze turn off the Dreadhorde. Well, that doesn't quite work, right? Because they bolt something, they'll bolt the Ooze first, then it'll die, and then they attack and flashback the bolt. Okay, yeah, we're still getting Visionary. I think I'm supposed to hold on to the Heritage Druid. Actually, hold on. We can float 3, play Heritage Druid, untap the Nettle Sentinel. We'll be a mana short. We'd be a mana short of activating the Allosaurus Shepherd to get in for 5. I'll just pass. Holding onto the Heritage Druid means that if I draw a Glimpse, I can maybe start a chain going. So they do find a bolt. They're going to point the first one at Symbiote, because the Symbiote would break a bolt anyway, otherwise. So they bolt Symbiote. We're going to respond by bouncing Eldritch Visionary, and then they'll flashback bolt on the Allosaurus Shepherd. And then we'll untap with Heritage Druid, double Nettle Sentinel, Gaia's Cradle Forest, with Visionary, Heritage Druid in hand, which is not a bad spot to be in for turn 3. If they find Wasteland for Gaia's Cradle, that's a little bit worse for us, but we still have Heritage Druid. Probably still fine. Now if they have Wasteland and Bolt, that starts to actually restrict things. Hell yeah, Kane! Thanks for buying some shirts. Much love to you two too. You too as well. Clasm? They don't main deck Clasm. Nor do they actually play Clasm, because Clasm would hit Delrib Secrets. They play Rough and Tumble out of the sideboard, I believe. Hell yeah, Warp the King. Those are my 2 favorite things, right? Eternal Formats and Cube. Vintage Cube coming back on the 4th, so very, very soon. It's a free block. If they point a bolt at one of the Nettle Sentinels, we get to bounce whichever one they bolt. They probably don't want to do that. What the fuck? There's a CalebD face mask? Someone bought one. Someone bought a CalebD face mask the other day. I got a kick out of that. Yeah, once you've uploaded an image to Teespring, it's just like a matter of like clicking buttons. I think they still lose here, even with the ability to force a will. Nice, Scooby-Doobies. I'm also hyped. The shirts look good. They look super good. This is the sort of elves dirtling that I just really enjoy doing. It's like almost cathartic. Dirtling with elves, dirtling with elves. Hi-ho the Dario, I'm dirtling with elves. We're doing this dirtling in card drawing and stuff pre-combat in case we find a way to make a Crater Hoof. Like a Green Sun Zenith would do it at this point. We have so much mana. Using the summoning sick elf for mana, of course. The scooping, yeah. double symbiote going with double visionary means that even if they point some bolts at some things, we're still drawing a lot of cards. Hard for them to come back from that. So that's how you beat Rug. I wonder if Ooze stays in. It's like kind of good if they murder your board, and then you have Ooze to like eat the creatures and just like have a large creature that can actually go toe to toe. Lance Parmagwave. It also seems fine versus that Dreadhorde card, huh? You didn't think that game was over? I thought that was a fine scoop. Having played a lot of this matchup from both sides, I thought that was totally a fine scoop. They were in a rough spot. Hey, Bobo is 37. Thanks to the sub. Thanks to 22 months. Of course, most of my experience with this matchup was pre-Dreadhorde Arcanist days, so it was back in the day. I remember I used to think it was lopsided in Rug's favor until I learned Elves, and then I'd play from the Elves side, and then I was like, well, this is lopsided from the Elves deck favor. It turned out that most people just sucked at Legacy, and it was like a kind of a skill-intensive matchup. I don't know if that's still the case. But overall, I think it's like historically been pretty close. Closer than you would assume from playing it. I remember I played a lot of when I thought Rug was favored, I played a lot of Submerges for the turn 1 Dryad Arbor and Rough and Tumble. I played like several Rough and Tumble, and that was always really nice. We got some options, right? Veil's an option, Progenitus is an option. Usually, historically, you would cut Natural Orders, but I think they get a little bit better with Allosaurus Shepherd in the deck, right? Higher chance of resolving it. I'm gonna bring in an Abrupt Decay. Maybe Trophy. Yeah, let's bring in Trophy. Just being able to kill the stupid Dreadhorde. It's pretty nice. This is fine. You feel like good Delver players can make a 50-50 matchup out of anything? Yeah, maybe that's right. Oh, Allosaurus Shepherd is totally huge. The issue with Allosaurus Shepherd is that your Delver opponent wants to be keeping hands with like lightning bolts and stuff to answer your turn 1 play anyway. So they can clear it, they can just clear it, right? Hell yeah, Shell Shock 1. I'm glad some folks have been enjoying those. Glad some folks have been watching them. I know YouTube's like better for a lot of people than having to sign on to Twitch to like go watch VODs anyway. And now I'm in a spot where I have a lot more control over what goes up on my YouTube. It's good force of will. We're running out the Guy's Cradle here because we don't want Quirion Ranger to get dazed. And then we're just going to run out the rest of the hand. And set up for Natural Order next turn. Had we wanted to go for a turn 2 Natural Order, we could have done so, but I think playing the Glimpse was better. You weren't aware of the YouTube uploads? Nice. Yeah, there's a link to my YouTube in the stream description. On days where I just like do like a brewing day or just like ditz around on Arena, trying out different decks, those streams will probably get uploaded as like 1 7-hour VOD. On Wednesday, what I did was a bunch of Moto Leagues with different modern decks, and those all got uploaded separately. And I tweeted about those as well. Although I didn't provide a third link for the White Weenie deck. The White Weenie deck was really good. We went 4-1 with that deck. Felt really strong. Oh my god. That's exactly what I was going to do this turn. Was Natural Order for Progenitus. So that feels awful. What's the plan now? Do we play second Cradle to play around days? I only have 2 cards in hand. Are the monthly highlights dead? The monthly highlights are not dead, but I need to figure out how to do them. I might not be doing them this month. This month's highlights might get merged into next month's. It's been a tricky bit of business. I shouldn't have attacked with the Dried Arbor. Then I could, like, get this ooze out of bolt range right now. Like, it could be a 4-4. They have already burned a Chain Lightning and a Lightning Bolt. Yeah, right now, Wolf King, I've just been doing VOD uploads that are, like, pretty easy. Like, I'll cut out when I go to bathroom breaks and stuff sometimes. And those are the only real editing maneuvers I've been doing. It's been pretty straightforward. For the, yeah, see? I fucked up. I fucked up so bad. For the end of the month highlights, I need to get a little bit better with Premiere Pro, which will take a little bit of time, but also once I like learn it, I won't have to relearn it. The real fuck up was drawing the Progenitus. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I could have played around a Braid though, right? A Braid on that Ooze. If Ooze was gaining life here, we'd basically have them on a 2-turn clock. Well, I guess they would have just mind harnessed me. Never mind. Never mind, I was fucked. Trophy showing up right on time here. Ooze looked good, especially because they have so much burn. I like the 2 pieces of removal. I think this is good. A super cut of my bathroom breaks. It's this chair. It's just like people playing trivia. It'd be like more of a trivia supercut. Interesting. Yeah, Sprite Dragon's good in this matchup. Just having a flyer. A lot of times, the Elves player can perma block a Tarmogoyf with like Dried Arbor, bounce with Korean Ranger. The same way that you would like fog a Jit attack against Death and Taxes. But Sprite grows and it gets like it becomes a real threat in the air real fast. It's also just good. Did they mulligan? Looks like they double mulled. They must have, right? Nice. I was gonna fetch Dried Arbor and run out the Quirion Ranger, but with them having Wasteland, I think we just get our other forest. This is coming together nicely. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Wedley Dolphin, thanks to the sub, thanks to 7 months. Mergic Curds! Yes. Yes. We're still in a spot where Cradle would probably be our best draw. Fuck. Alright, that's bad for me. I can still stick around here a little bit. Go get like Nettle Sentinel. Some solid screwing around. Tap that one, bounce this one. Don't have 3 elves until we resolve this visionary again. Interesting. Bummer about losing that glimpse, huh? If I rebought Quirion Ranger, would I have had enough mana for Craterhoof? Like we'd have an untapped Visionary and the Ranger in hand. We'd replay the Ranger. Tap for 3, be at 6. No, that wouldn't do anything. I would need another untap. Oh boy. Glimpse, right on time! Yeah, I guess we pass now. We're in a reasonable spot where if we just draw a Cradle next turn, we might just get to pop off. At least we have double Symbiote kind of protecting our stuff. Maybe give us a nice glimpse. How much stuff do I want to rebuy? Now bouncing Visionary, because I want more efficient cards for the Glimpse, if the Glimpse resolves. This may be wrong, bouncing the Heritage Druid there. It's probably wrong. Oh, do I trade with the Dreadhorde? I kind of like that, actually. That way if they counter the Glimpse, or if they like daze my first play or whatever, then at least the Dreadhorde's off the board. In fact, do I even play this Glimpse now? I think I don't. I think I just attack them for 2 and play the Heritage Druid. Or the Quirion Ranger. Probably the Quirion Ranger. Probably overbounced. Force of Will, pitching Sprite Dragoon. Just thinking here for a sec. This is totally fine. We could have played around Daze by bouncing the Forest back to our hand and replaying it for the Quirion Dryad. But I was going to go for Natural Order, right? I was going to tap for 3, bounce a land, replay it, and play Natural Order, and I'd much rather have Heritage Druid dazed than Natural Order dazed. And now we're still in a spot where we can set up for next turn, right? Where we second main phase Green Sun for Dryad Arbor. Still in a good spot here. Phew. I was gonna say the only thing that beats me here is top decking Progenitus again, but we didn't. I didn't want to jinx myself. Good luck! I like the violins in this track. It's nice. It's a nice sound. Sweet. Nice little 3 and 2 there. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. So, usually I stream till 2 in the morning. Something that's awkward about me starting another league, about starting a league with Urza Echo, is that I won't have time for it. I won't have time for a full league. The Veil of Summers were kind of bad. I kind of understand why some people are playing fewer than the 3 in the sideboard. Maybe I should just have 2 of those. Play another Plague Engineer. I'll make that swap. right now while I'm thinking about it. Do Innistrad? I don't mind doing Innistrad. We can do a draft and then maybe play around. Maybe I'll do some spooky Innistrad drafts tomorrow. There's the Arena Open going. Do you think I should do that? Potentially win like $2 grand. I kind of don't hate streaming the Arena Open. Have it like a couple attempts at it. What's the Urzaco list? What is this? Just normal Urzaco things. The idea is, so you have a lot of the same shell that the Bomberman deck does, including like Karn, Chalices, and then this artifact package. But instead of playing Bomberman stuff, like recurring LED, instead you're using Lion's Eye Diamond to bin Echo of Eons, and then cast the Echo of Eons. So if you have a Narset in play, the opponent just doesn't get to draw, is part of that idea, and then Emery and Urza play well with all these artifacts. And you just kind of pop off that way. It's a fun deck. Normal Karn board here, on top of the forces. It's a fun deck, and it's like kind of good. Pretty fast. If we had like 2 hours or even an hour and like 40 or 50 minutes, I would give it a shot, but there's just no way you can do a league in an hour. Fade the Chalice Mirror, yeah. The Karn can't answer an opposing Chalice. We're talking about Chalice on 0. And at least then, like, your zeros are triggering Psi. You can win that way too, if you're an opposing Chalice. No Allosaurus Shepherd in this list. There are 3 Allosaurus Shepherd in this list. They're right there. Yeah, you can always look at the deck with the Stream Decker command. All right. Burn lets you play in an hour. Man, I can scoop 5 matches way quicker than an hour. I don't think it would take me an hour to lose with Burn. Oops, I didn't mean to run a commercial. Yeah, I meant to edit my stream info. I've got a couple buttons, and they're all right next to each other. Retitling the stream, letting folks know that I'm closing on Innistrad drafting. Power trip, yeah, power tripping. My automatic is a 3-minute commercial because that's like about how much time I take going to the bathroom anyway. And we've been in the queue for a minute, so it hasn't been bad so far. I feel bad if someone like misses the first pick or whatever, if they were waiting for that. I could just like reserve a card. Reserve a card and let it use the full time ticking down. So we all hang out for the commercial break together. You want me to goof my pack 1 pick 1? How dare you? How dare you? It's been a minute since I've done an original Innistrad draft. I think the last time they had them in the flashback queue, I didn't do very many. You're hoping for Spider Spawning or Burning Vengeance? Yeah, maybe. Back in the day, I drafted a lot of Delver, because Delver was underdrafted. People didn't know how to build around it. It wasn't actually that tricky, you just threw a bunch of spells in your deck. So there's a few cards here that are not the worst pack 1 pick 1. Curse of Stalked Prey either does nothing or everything. It's a very snowbally card. I don't really draft red-green that often, but we could draft it. Maybe wield a Reckless Wave here. Let's curve out. Hamlet Captain, also a respectable pack 1, pick 1. And then out of those 2 cards, after those, I think there's Deadweight. Deadweight also pretty good. Deadweight's maybe even better than Hamlet Captain. Soulbound. Soulbound was Avacyn Restored. Most people hated that format. If I was going to take a white card here, it'd probably be Doom Traveler over the Rebuke. I'll just take the Dumb Rare. See what the next pack is. Should we take Rakish Air? Do Red-Black Vampires. Have the Rakish Air and the Curse of Stalked Prey. Old me would be taking Claustrophobia here and setting up to wield this Delver. Well, this card's not even good. 3rd pick, Butcher's Cleaver? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? I'm a Dumb Rare. I am a Dumb Rare. You're just vibing. That's fine. I'd much rather vibe with a Butcher's Cleaver than without one. Manor Gargoyle, 4th pick. Manor Gargoyle always makes the cut, and it's always good. Wow, that's a late Murder of Crows. Blue we are. Blue we are. We kind of want to be in blue anyway, because of Invisible Stalker. Invisible Stalker and Curse of Stalked Prey would actually be kind of thematic, right? Some nice deadweights going around. But yeah, we're not married to red. We're not married to red by any stretch of the imagination. Is Magic and Paper dead? For this foreseeable future. But it'll be back, right? It'll be back when they have a vaccine and there's public events again. People miss Grand Prix so much that I think it'd be really weird for Wizards not to just like not run them once it became safe again to do them. Oh man. A few interesting options here. Civilized Scholar, Burning Vengeance, Feeling of Dread, all options. Sensory Depth. We don't currently have any flashback cards for Burning Vengeance. And Butcher's Cleaver and these like top-end big chonkers makes me not feel like vengeancing. Civilized Scholar would be alright. I think I want the Sensory Depth actually. I want to take a blue card, and I want to take a blue card that helps me not die. Traveler's Amulet, in case we ended up 3-color. Fortress Crab is okay. Harvest Spire is good if I stay blue-red, but I'm not necessarily staying blue-red. I'm going to take Amulet. That Reckless Wavefield, if I do want to do the Cursed of Stalked Prey thing. I think I want to hedge towards blue. There was a late Murder of Crows. Just think twice. Nightbird's Clutches works well with the Curse. Sometimes you can just like stack Curse with Pierced Heart. That's just totally fine. Pack 1 was fine there. We got some Durfee nonsense and some high power, high impact cards. Butcher's Cleaver, Mana Gargoyle, Murder of Crows. All reasonable cards. Delver didn't wheel. Whoever takes Delver is probably gonna play some awful, like, 5 spell deck. And wonder why it's not any good. That's okay. You're shooting for like 12 in limited. You're shooting for like at least 10, but ideally 12 plus spells. Spells that give you creatures are particularly nice with Delver, because it's hard to have your threat count be high enough. Ooh. A well then. A Traveler's Amulet pickup looking pretty nice. Not that we're necessarily blue, right? We're definitely black-red now. If we end up 3-color, then I'll be really happy about that amulet pickup. Olivia Veldurian is like one of the best rares in the format. So, very happy to grab that one. Easy splash. I don't know. The activated ability takes double black. Not that easy of a splash. You could play like 3 swamps and stay blue-red, I guess. So, if I was looking at a pack and there's a Butcher's Cleaver, so pick one, pack one between Butcher's Cleaver and Stalker. I'd probably take Cleaver, because Cleaver is good in green-white. You don't necessarily need a Stalker for Cleaver to be good. Now that we already have the Cleaver, we're going to take the Stalker over it. And somebody else that we're passing to is going to be like, what? A pick 4 Cleaver? What are they doing? You know, like I did. And that's fine. That's okay. Grab another Moida of Crows. Or do we want Brimstone Volley? Brimstone Volley's really good. They're both really good. Curiosity plays well with Invisible Stalker. I think I want it. Claustrophobia is totally playable. There's some cards that hose it real nice. They're like on tap and stuff, but totally reasonable card. Scholar? Yeah, Scholar. Occultist is a fine blocker. Let's grab that one. Between Lantern Spirit and Fortress Crab. I think Crab's actually good here. If you look at our top end, just having a fine blocker seems good. Corpse Lunge is better than it looks. There's nothing wrong with Pitchburn Devils. The issue with Pitchburn Devils is that we already have 3 5-drops, so they just wouldn't make the cut. Have I seen the Netflix anime Blood of Zeus? I saw the commercial for it the other day. I'll probably end up watching it. It seems very, very Alyssa. She loves mythology, mixed fantasy shows like that. She really likes the Lightning Thief series, for example. And it seemed like they had a few similar themes, like descendants of Greek gods going on adventures. And then the animation style appealed to me. It looked like a similar animation style to the Castlevania series. I don't know. I haven't looked into like if it has the same director or anything, but I like that shit. As long as there's some good violence. Some good fantasy nonsense. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about the Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit, I think, will be a show that I watch without Alyssa. I think that'll be a Caleb show. Right now, that show is Star Trek TNG, which she doesn't mind, but but it's rough to marathon. So usually when we're hanging out, we're watching a few things in a row, you know? Maw of Hell could be a good sideboard card. I kind of like Deranged Assistant, even if we're not doing graveyard shenanigans. Assistant just ramping us into our 5-drops could be fine. Grab the Ancient Grudge to the sideboard in case our opponents are playing Butcher's Cleaver. I have not. I don't know if Alyssa has Dragon King. Second Stalker, awesome. Yeah, Second Stalker is really, really nice, because it's not just Butcher's Cleaver that's doing good things with Stalker in our deck. There's also the Curiosity and the Curse of Stalked Prey. So we'd play, like, basically any number of Invisible Stalkers. Skrzdeg Cultist is better than it looks. I think I want either the Sensory Depth or the Delver. Do we have enough spells for Delver? I don't think we do, actually. Yeah, never mind, I don't want that card. Good thing someone else catched the first one from me. So let's see. There's a third Traveler's Amulet here, if we wanted it. I think I'm taking a second Sensory Depth. Ooh, Brimstone. Yeah, give me that. Nice. Tribute's okay. Sharpened Pitchfork does pump Stalker, but like in a shitty way. I think I want this Kessig Wolf. Yeah, happy weekend to you, Rekinos. No third Occultist. The Occultist isn't very good in this deck. It's just like a 2-3 blocker. This track fucking rules. I need to be paying attention to which League tracks are like fire and which aren't. Forbidden Alchemy and Deadweight are the cards I'm looking at here. Let's grab Deadweight. Ooh, Sulphur Falls. A lot of people like Desperate Ravings, but we already have Think Twice and Civilized Scholar. I think we're okay on that. Let's grab the Falls. I don't think I'm playing any of this.
Oh shit, what up?
Hey, Belcher Mage, thanks for the sub, thanks for 6 months. Glad you're enjoying the old content. This is indeed an Innistrad flashback draft. I think we got a good one too. Double Invisible Stalker. Oh man. Oh boy. What type of metal? What you're talking about? Atrox versus Mordekaiser, like which is more metal? I think Atrox is like thrash metal, even though his theme song isn't very thrash metal-y. And then what kind of metal would Mordekaiser be? Would that be like just black metal? He's a little gothic-y. Got that big old mace though. He seems too dark to be like fantasy, like power metal. Are we gonna play a match? You better believe it. It's only 120. We'll get a match in here. Lulu is baby metal. Yeah. There's a few champions that could be baby metal. I think I'm going to play one into the Maw of Hell and sideboard the other one. I don't think Blitzcrank is metal at all. Blitzcrank's like, I don't know, math rock. I think we cut Stitcher's Apprentice. I don't think there's quite enough room for it in this deck. It does play well with the Murder of Crows. And if our opponent's playing cards like Claustrophobia and stuff, we'll probably board it in. But I think it starts in our sideboard. I don't think we need Quad Ashmouth Hound. I might play 2 or 3 though. Solid card. Wait, is Occultist a human? Yeah, Occultist is better than the Keswick Wolf here with the Cleaver. God, we have so many cards here. 2 Traveler's Amulets can count as a land. But we still need cuts. I guess we cut Mauler. Mauler would be fine with the Selhoff Occultist, the Civilized Scholar. We have a few ways of bidding creatures. And then, because we have so many 2s, I think we do cut another Ashmouth Hound. Totally reasonable card, and like kind of decent with this Curse of Stalked Prey. We can go lower. And then I think I still need one more cut, right? Maybe I cut the Fortress Crab. We have like Sensory Depths and Deadweights early on, but we don't need the chonky blocker. And then I guess if we play one, if we count the Traveler's Ambulance as a land, I still need one more cut. Yeah, still cut an Occultist. Maybe the Deranged Assistant comes out. Deranged Assistant does ramp us into our late game though, and it does fill up the graveyard for the Harvest Pyre. Oh yeah, Olivia's a bomb. Olivia's a Bomberino. I'm gonna cut another Hound. Do you like this? I like shaping the island there because we have the Sulfur Falls, so we still have 9 blue sources. And then we have double Traveler's Amulets, so it's actually kind of like 11 blue sources. It's like 11 blue, 5 black, and 7 red. Maybe even cut one more island for another mountain. Play this mountain, so I'll know that it's the extra one. Yeah, I think this deck's real good. Yeah, Olivia's nutty. 3 black sources might still be one too many with a double amulet, but meh. This will increase the chance that I can mind control something. Is Grizzlebrand the best creature all time? When you start talking about best creature of all time, it's a little iffy. You start like wondering, like, okay, what are you using to grade it? A lot of people would say Delver. I don't think Birds of Paradise is better than Noble Hierarch. I don't think Emrakul is better than Grizzlebrand. Hermit Druid, I'll just choose something that's banned everywhere. Get this Invisible Stalker growing. Minor Gargoyles is so fucked up on this board. But what's my red-green opponent gonna do, right? I have a 4/4 indestructible. Is it a man or is it a gargoyle? It says artifact creature gargoyle. Why can't any of you read? God. I don't blame them for scooping. This deck's so fucking good. How's it going, Strong Sad? How's your night been? You having a nice October? Do we sideboard any changes? I think I like Fortress Crab against what they were putting down. I think we just like bringing a crab over an occultist. I like starting both occultists because it's like more humans for the cleaver, but remember we got the Ashmouth Hound. Let's do that actually. Yeah. The Mandalorian was great. Yeah, I also really enjoyed the new Mandalorian episode. I'm so happy that show exists. I think it's fine. It's double Traveler's Amulet, and then we have Sleep, Sensory Depth, and Deadweight here as like 1-mana interaction spells to get after we crack these amulets. The best Stony Silence I ever cast. I was playing against my friend David Gleischer, and he had killed me in the second game with Butcher's Cleaver. And I had a random Stony Silence that I had rare drafted in my sideboard. And I was like, well, this card can answer Butcher's Cleaver. And I boarded it in, I'm on the play. And I go like, land go. He goes like, land Traveler's Amulet. And I'm like, geez, Stony. And he just doesn't have a second land and dies. It was good. It was a good time. Maybe I should have gotten an island with the first amulet. In case I just hit my land drops naturally. I could be playing the Occultist this turn. I hope this game does not involve me curiositying like a Fortress Crab or something. The Geist Catcher's rig maybe should have come out versus green-red. Don't have a lot of targets there. Actually, yeah, let's play the Occultist. Over exiling to like kind of play around a pump spell, I guess. We would think twice in our deck, so I'm milling myself one here. Oh man, pre-recorded. Oh no, they brimstone volleyed me. All right, fair enough. I got, folks. I got. But now they don't have a brimstone volley for Olivia. If we actually hit that land drop. Shoe on head. I'm not wearing any shoes. Yarp. Olivia's so messed up. I don't have socks either. The best I can do for you to put on my head is this men's multivitamin gummies that I keep on my desk. That's all you get. That's all you get. Y'all ready to like die to some threaten here? I think threaten actually does kill me. Haha! That's only 130. That was such a quick match. Again. Would I spend 2 mana on? I was pumping Olivia sometimes. I pumped Olivia to like kill their 1/1 and then kill their wolf. Yeah, this deck's fucking brutal. Multiple invisible stalkers with Curiosity, Butcher's Cleaver. Olivia Valdarin with like kind of a reasonable splash, right? Double Traveler's Amulet and Sulphur Falls. And then like some like random cantrips, and like our filler cards are not bad. We got like a Mana Gargoyle in here. Double Murder of Crows. Beautiful. Curse of Stalked Prey also playing well with the invisible stalkers. Very flavorful. Olivia's Deece, yeah. Best rare in the old format, pretty Deece. Yeah, we have the best rare here and some of the best uncommons. This hand's all filler, but our mana looks good. I like having the early cheap interaction, make sure we don't get rolled over. Yeah, this deck's kind of cool, kind of chiptune-y. Oh no, they're doing things. I was kind of enjoying them not doing that. Defender Pro Zombies. Not bad. Card doesn't matter much against like our Invisible Stalker plan, but we don't have that plan handy. Not sure if I'm just supposed to mill or not. I don't think so. Unless we have a good reason. Do I have my playlists anywhere? If you're looking for my old playlists, if you go in the stream Discord, they're tagged in the music section. You can find the links there. You have multiple of the arcade skins? Nice. I think I have just Arcade Sona, but I'm pretty happy with that one. Lumbernot's too good to let live. Oh, it's hexproof. I can't do anything about it. I was gonna deadweight it, and then I was like, wait a minute, Caleb. Leave it to Cleaver. Cleaver off the top would be nice here. Or the Curse. Curse would also work. We get a redraw too. Think twice. I worry that milling the opponent would be kind of helping them. I think Civilized Scholar is worth killing. Yeah, I'm hoping they're not like self-mill, but I'm gonna mill them anyway, because I don't want to mill myself. I guess we'll find out whether that's a disastrous mistake or not. Get to think twice on the end of turn. Interesting attack. I'll take the 2. The attack kind of makes me think that they've got a pump spell handy, so I'd rather be like multi-blocking. Maybe if I get another cultist down or something. Ooh. Pro zombies, not pro vampires. The Think Twice was really good. Yeah. Fit our curve okay, and just need to like draw a couple cards. Does playing more than 40 cards indicate self-mill? It can. Certainly can. Leading on the Olivia, in case they have that frightful counterspell. Kind of unless they pay 1 or whatever. We could also be growing the Olivia with a ping here. But I think getting the second occultist down is fine too. So yeah, we don't have the second black source to steal things with Olivia, but we also don't need it. We have plenty of red. We can just murder stuff. Been a slow game. I don't think this block is great or anything, but it kind of forces them to use their mana and cast whatever their trick is. And we don't have to worry about that on future turns. And it means they're less likely to be answering our Olivia here too. They're using their mana to blow out this combat. Ranger's Guile, okay. Were they hoping I was just going to block with 1? I might be helping them out with these mills, but I really don't want to mill myself. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. I think if they spider spawning, we just fucking kill all their stupid spiders with Olivia anyway. Multiple Grave Brambles in their deck. They're using Wreath of Geists. So they are doing self-mill stuff. Does this return at random? Creature card at random from your graveyard to your hand. So they'll give you either Civilized Scholar, Lumberknot, or Grave Bramble. I'm fine with all of those. Totally fine. They got the Grave Bramble back, sure. I don't think that card does anything here. Guess I'll build me. Oh no, my crows! Yeah, Olivia is pretty nutty. If you haven't caught on yet, Olivia is a messed up card. It's not a fair magic card. Definitely the card that you were the most excited to open. I mean, I get that giddy when I just open an Invisible Stalker. Yeah, they need to have a thing here, or they're just kind of dead. There are a few blue instants or interrupts that could... Interrupts. There are a few blue cards that could keep them in the game. Maybe I should have pinged my own deranged assistant to turn on Brimstone Volley. Then volley the grave. Jundin Standard? Oh yeah, I played a lot of that deck. I played that deck in like 2 or 3 opens, and I went 8-2 like every single fucking time. 8-2, top 16, no top 8. I got very frustrated. I played the crap out of that deck, and I got really well practiced in the mirror match. Which a lot of people thought was not something that you could tech for or whatever. People thought that, like, it was just, like, whoever flips over Bonfire first, but they were super wrong, because you're playing, like, Thragtusk and a bunch of sweet discard and, like, card draw and stuff. Because 5-mana Papa Garrick would draw a bunch of cards. So it was usually not whoever Miracled Bonfire first, it was, like, whoever Miracled Bonfire for, like, the 3rd time was probably winning. It was actually kind of an intricate matchup. Ashmouth Hound looks terrible against them. Do we have any more flyers? I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't want to play any of this. Maybe Mauler. Oh, but it's a zombie. Yeah, the 3/4 has protection from it. That Revoluz is kind of stinky. You just want to play another land? Could. We have double Traveler's Amulet, though. 16 lands. Like, our mana's already pretty good. And we have a Mana Dork. I almost want to play the last round of this deck. Man, it's fine. Kessig Wolf making me wish that the 2-drop was in. Is there an approach you use to figuring out mirror matches, or is it different with every deck? It's a little bit different with every deck. A lot of it's just like playing it to death, right? Your opponent like stomps your face in, and you think like, okay, what did they do? Did they pick my hand apart with discard spells? Did they just like have more removal? What was their strategy? Try and figure out what other players are doing and trying to emulate them is valid. But yeah, it's mostly just getting a lot of games in. Figuring out what cards are bad, which aren't. When you want to see them will help, like, sculpt your early game decisions. If you know that, like, one card needs to line up against one card of the opponent's, then you'll be less likely to throw it away early on. Try and sculpt a game plan. We actually have a lot of answers to an early Delver. -2/-2 and the 2 sensory depths. Guys Catcher's Rig can technically answer a Delver, so can the Murder of Crows, but they're both really slow. Oh, Mind Tricker's a good one. It's a really nice start. The opponent here. Nice, McCugin. What were you doing with the PC rebuild? Swapping some parts around. I still need to scrap my last PC. Put it up for eBay. Probably better off selling the parts individually, right? Than selling, like, the core of it. Right now it's missing like a hard drive and a disk drive if you want that, and that's about it. I imagine it'll sell better if I just like pick it apart. Gotcha, McCugin. Yeah, people told me to get an NVMe drive when I built my current rig. So I have one of those. I didn't really notice a difference, but yeah, some people still want a fucking DVD player or something to install Windows on. My last 2 computers didn't have a disk drive at all. It's not necessary anymore. Ooh. So they milled me. Hit Butcher's Cleaver. Now they're getting a nice meaty attack in. We're gonna play the Keswick Wolf here over the Occultist. Be happy to trade either of them with the Delver. I guess the Cultist wouldn't be trading with the Delver. Just bricking it. I think there's a good chance that we end up attacking back, though. Wolf's a little bit better at that. I'm not spawning spiders. I haven't seen spiders spawning out of the opponent's deck either. When you built your computer, you made sure to add one so you can play your old PC games. Oh sure. Yeah, I don't have any old discs for old games anymore. When I play an old PC game, I just like download it off of Steam anyway. I can see that. One of my viewers showed me that they were still like burning CDs. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Old technology. Another Delver, sure. Yeah, hell yeah, Catface's Myth. No, they got my curiosity. Yeah, burning CDs does take me back. In modern times, we've just found more efficient fuel sources, right? Like wood and coal. Back in the day, though, burning CDs was what was up. Yeah, I'm kind of happy to make this trade. I need to buy time. I need to buy time to get the Murder of Crows down and the Geist Catcher's Rig. Geist Flame would be spicy here. We only saw like 1 or 2, and I think we had better cards to pick up over them. So we don't have any in our deck, but you're not wrong. It would have been pretty incredible this game. MP3 players, yeah. I had one of those. I remember being really surprised that everyone was like super into iPods when MP3 players were just like much cheaper and had a lot more features and whatnot. You still use yours? I have one laying around somewhere that I used when I mowed lawns back in high school. And it had some like super archaic music on it. Jesus Christ. This Mind Shrieker though. The Mind Shrieker mills have been Butcher's Cleaver, Curiosity, and Murder of Crows. So you could say this game's going really well for me. So even if Murder of Crows comes down to Brick the Delver next turn, I think the Mind Shrieker still kills me, because it's 2 power, 2 toughness. Yeah, we need to fade the Delver for 1 more turn, or find a piece of disruption at any point. At just like any point before the turn that we wanted to tap out for Murder of Crows. Like some dead weight or something. Oh well. They got me. Is this non-copyright music? League of Legends put out a content creator friendly playlist. And that's what this is. This is a playlist that we have permission to stream with and such. You remember your mom burning CDs for road trip playlists? Nice. Yeah, one person in our grade would buy an album, and then one of the 2 or 3 kids that had CD burners would burn it for everybody. So we all had the same shitty collection of music. Congrats, the Mysticles. I only hit plat once, and it was between seasons, so it didn't really count. Still felt good though. There were like 2 or 3 seasons in a row where I just like got hard stuck at gold 2 and was like, I don't feel like doing this anymore. And now I just play League very casually. Usually just ARAM or Earth, which are basically the cube of League of Legends, right? Invisible Stalker, love it. Just need a way to juice it up. A curiosity or a cleaver or something. Curse of Stalked Prey, maybe. Maybe. Such an iconic card. Saw a ton of standard play. A lot of people that really loved Innistrad and hated Invisible Stalker. I liked it because I played it more often than my opponents played it. I played a lot of blue. I like the occasional cheese wins because I'm a bad person. Put mulching around over there. Getting a forest and island to hand. Not too shabby. I'm pretty glad they're not advancing the board, though. Playing like a wolf or something. I'm not sure if I should crack the amulet for a black source or my second blue. Not really sure. Is it Spider Hug season? Yeah, there might be some of that going on tomorrow. Might be a little bit of Spider Hugs going on. I'm not going to switch it over midstream, but it is the season, isn't it? Oh, yeah, they mulched, drew 2 cards, and now they have to discard to hand size. Looks like we had another turn to decide what we want to do with the Traveler's Amulet. I think next turn I'll lead on the Think Twice too, and then crack the Amulet after that. Our first match was so fast, and this match has been less fast. We might be 15 minutes ahead of our opponent. They might be newer to Magic Online though. Might just play less of it. Or they have a bad network. Oh yeah. Some people just have worse internet connections. Nothing wrong with that. If we draft Spider spawning tomorrow, can we listen to Magic Spider on repeat for the league? I like that idea. That's a fun idea. Yeah. Tomorrow might be a good Necrocoblicon day. I like the idea of playing some Tom Lear too. I'm just gonna grab an island. I'm just gonna mill myself. Whew. That black card that I can't cast. Perfect. And then we grabbed a land, so we're more likely to have Murder of Crows on 5. Yeah, Sylvie Scholar, definitely worth a removal spell, right? Yeah, Tom Lear's website has a ton of downloads. I might just download all of his music. So they got some nice aggressive creatures. The issue is they're coming down on turn 4. They're almost too slow, right? Do we let them double block? I think we do. Trading the occultist for Orchard Spirit, I think that's totally fine. And then I maybe don't even sensory depth this turn. I might just think twice. I'm just taking it, sure. Well, I wanted to think twice, but now I think I go Hound plus sensory depth. Oh, Twitch doesn't DMCA anybody, Cody Sizzle. It's like when it's like the RIAA and another trade group. They file the DMCAs, and then Twitch, rather than face a lawsuit, takes down your stream. Ooh. Brimstone Volley's a real nice one. Good one for stabilizing and when you're ahead. I want to close out the game. I'm just going to smack in, see if the Stalker gives me a 5th land from Murder of Crows. Because we're not quite at lethal yet, but we are applying some nice pressure here. That was just a few days of that Wolf King. Which makes me think that they got too many to actually handle in that fashion. Like got a big swarm of them or something. Had to act quickly. That was shitty though. Yup. God, they're at less than 2 minutes. We're gonna win this on the clock when we still are over 20 minutes, almost. Not quite that bad. Like we'll dip under 20, but it's close, right? I don't think I've ever done that. This is fine, yeah. Is their orchard thing still dying? Oh god. What do you think at cost means, Philesh? That is correct, Hippofant. That is pretty much the only reason that organization exists. The first time they filed a whole bunch of DMCAs based on like 3-year-old Twitch clips, like halfway through the summer. They were also trying to push some like DMCA related legislation through Congress at the same time. I always kind of wondered if those two were related. Like the timing of it. Like they didn't hide it. They put out a big statement about it. Well, somehow that match took 40 minutes, despite me using 10 minutes. Yay. I was gonna play the finals. Maybe I still will. Jesus. You thought they just wanted money? No, no. They might, like, eventually want money at some point out of the thing, but it's like a super late game, indirect part of it, it seems like. If I don't get an opponent in like a minute, I'll just call it. I should just call it now. I should just go to bed. This was long. This was a long time. Tomorrow, there's a good chance I play more Innistrad anyway, because it's like a very Halloween-friendly set. Hence this art of hands coming out of the swamp, taking down this church. You know, it's very, very on theme. So I might finish this league up tomorrow and then play more sweet Innistrad. We'll see. I might do a run or two for the Arena Open. That could be fun too. And then I'm going to close the stream tomorrow night with a Twitch watch party. We'll find something something Halloween appropriate. I'm agreeing to do some kind of a watch party for it. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm tired. I'm done.